Good evening. Welcome. We have a couple of things. I mean, we can sign in and we can speak. There's various sign-up sheets. Let's call the meeting to order. Brattleboro Selectboard, Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. This is a special meeting. And John, was it properly warned?
Yes, it was, Liz.
Very good. Okay, are there any adjustments to the agenda being proposed?
None that I'm aware of.
Very good. Chair's remarks. We have a very busy meeting tonight, so I'm going to keep my remarks brief. What I will say are things that I've said before. There's a lot of cold and flu out there, and when you're walking in the dark, you cannot be seen unless you have a light. John, do you have comments?
No, I don't have anything tonight.
Great. Yep. All right, now let's get into select board comments and committee reports. Are there select board members who wish to comment?
Sure, I'd love to comment.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I want to give a special shout out to our chair for setting another meeting after the last meeting we had to be able to have enough.
You mean we're going on?
To have enough fresh energy to talk about our budget. I thought that was a really great idea. So thank you. I want to say thank you for that. And I also want to say that, you know, there's been a lot of people putting power to the pen in our press lately, which is always encouraged. But I just want to say that as a select board member, we're all people up here, every single one of us. And things are rarely black and white. And it would be great if you wanted to talk about something we decided on, that you reach out to us. You can call us on the phone. You can send us an email. Maybe we can meet in person. We got to bring our community together. Roll up our sleeves. We can disagree, but we have to see one another face to face. And the last thing I want to say is congratulations to the varsity girls basketball, UHS, on their win against St. Johnsbury on Saturday. And that's all.
Thank you. Oscar? Okay. You good? How about the gentleman to my left?
No, got nothing.
Isaac?
Good evening. I want to first take a moment just to express my condolences for the passing of Ryan Crandall's younger brother, Grant Crandall. Ryan was my classmate, and his younger brother, Grant, passed away recently. He was an officer with the Brattleboro Police Department previously in 2024 and 2025. I just want to express condolences for his family, for his friends, and for his former coworkers. On another note, I just want to thank the folks who showed up last night for community conversation about budget, taxes. This was the fifth and final conversation that I hosted about this year's budget, and just really appreciated the respectfulness of the people who came, the ability to talk about our priorities in a way that makes space for one another, and just really appreciated that. And one of the requests was for people to identify their town of residence when they speak at the select board meetings, just to know where people are coming from. And so thought I'd pass that along. Thank you.
It's not required under the rules. Okay. Let's begin with public participation. And public participation is an opportunity for the public to speak about an item that is not warned on tonight's agenda. So are there people who have signed up to do such a thing? Thank you. And I've asked Seth to have duplicate sheets so that when I have the sheet and people still want to sign up, they can. Jean Marie Davis.
Good evening. My name is Jean Marie. How is everyone doing? Happy New Year's. I'm here because I've understand for the last couple of meetings that different organizations have been able to present from what they do, and haven't been reached out to see what Branches has done. And there's been a lot of talk, negative talk about my organization, and I wanted to clear up some information that was said that was not correct and representing what Branches is about. And so I just wanted to come to see if the Select Board will allow us to present to the community what we actually do, because I don't think people understand what we actually do, to the point where last week I had the district attorney's office from Franklin County come and sit in my center and talk to me and say, hey, our task force, our mayor, and our county wants to come and work with you. It's very interesting that a different county wants to work with us, and yet the county that I work in has not had the time to actually really get to know who we are. And so I wanted to kind of deflate some of the wrongful information that has gone out about us, so that we are on the same page. It's to the point that this year we're having where there's the police department in Greenfield that is actually coming to our banquet, and so is their task force and other organizations in Massachusetts, along with New Hampshire and some in Vermont that are coming to our banquet here in Brattleboro. And it would be awesome if some of the people from Brattleboro actually came to hear what we're doing. But that's all. I just wanted to come and speak on some of the things that were going on. Thank you.
Jean, when is your banquet?
It's April 17th. It's at the Brattleboro Retreat Farm. And we're going to have, like I said, different organizations from both sides of the aisle be in that place.
Thank you very much. Ivan Hennessy?
Ivan Hennessy, Brattleboro, Vermont. I have a very specific request tonight. Often I think I ramble a little bit, but in light of the increase in violence that we've seen throughout the nation recently, I don't think Brattleboro should have a municipally owned mass surveillance system. So I'm asking you to please remove the cameras that face out into the street that have been installed all over town. Obviously, there are concerns in certain structures. The transportation center, I know, I'm sure this building has plenty of security, the library, but we shouldn't have that available to be seized by violent thugs when they come for us, and they are coming for us.
Thank you. Is someone online?
Yep, Bob Ozer.
Bob?
Hello, Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. Very briefly, I hope. I got a letter from, or an email from former State Senator Jeanette White, and she indicated that a resolution is going to be presented at the Putney Select Board, and it's about the voter checklist. And you know, there's parts of the voter checklist that are open to the public, names, addresses. There are parts, including parts of Social Security numbers, driver's license, that are protected. And they're protected by the law because Jeanette, when Sarah Copeland Hansis was in the assembly, they worked on a bill to protect that information. Now the federal government is trying to get the access to that data. And so although there is the law and there is a federal suit going on, Jeanette suggested that individual towns could provide resolutions or provide wording, maybe in a town meeting warning, to say, protect our checklist information, protect the privacy of certain information. I think you may have received some information about that. And if you haven't, let me know and I'll give it to you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. I with Hillary Francis, our town clerk. I'm sure she has discussed it with Sarah Copeland-Hansis, our Secretary of State, and we'll get back to you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the public participation section? I see Gemma.
Hi, Gemma Seymour, District 8, and also Brattleboro Planning Commission. One of the subjects that came up in our most recent Planning Commission meeting, which we are going to be having some more formal discussions about, is the idea of adding a health chapter to the upcoming town plan, which the Planning Department is preparing. And there were a couple of things, excuse me, I just rode my bike here. There were a couple of things that were not listed in the proposed health chapter that the presenters had prepared for us that I had thought of. And one of the things was accessibility of our local housing. And that was part of the 2021 Housing Action Plan that I had been one of the advisory members to, in that the town should get more involved in the housing situation here. The other thing was that there was nothing in there about a community emergency response team or emergency response plans in the event of disaster. And I was hoping that the Select Board might be able to provide me with some information as to who in the town is currently tasked with emergency response, so that we can prepare a much better presentation at some point in the future. But as far as the accessibility goes, I'd like the Select Board to keep that in mind, that we don't have currently, according to our planning director, any good information on the percentage of housing in this town that is accessible. And in a town that is one of the most aged in one of the most aged states, this is something we need to seriously consider for our future. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm sure that Sue can research both of those items, and it's Jay, right?
Yeah, the fire
And
chief.
our emergency management coordinator is our fire chief, Jay Simons, who's right there. You can talk to him. And in terms of housing, I'm sure that every town plan is required to have a housing section. Whether or not you want to add accessibility to it would depend on what data you can have.
This was for the health section, which is not currently in the town plan.
Fine. I'm sure you'll take that up with the Planning Commission. Anyone else who would like to speak in the public participation section? I'm going to give this paper to Isaac. Jessica wanted to make sure she had that for her records. So I'm going to give you each of those as we conclude. She needs it for the minutes.
You'd like me to pass
Put
this
it in
around?
that red folder to give it to Jessica. The red folder with the minutes.
Yeah. There are only 4 people who signed in. Shall we give people another chance?
No, I've asked them, and it's been asked and answered.
Okay.
Okay. Consent to, oh, no, we don't have any minutes. We've approved all the
No,
minutes?
we don't have any ready.
Isn't that
so.
nice? Okay. Consent agenda. John, you want to give us a thumbnail sketch of the consent agenda?
Sure, there's 2 annual items on your consent agenda tonight. By approving the consent agenda, the board will appoint Town Clerk Hillary Francis, Town Attorney Bob Fisher and Fisher Law Offices PC, and Town Treasurer Leslie Smith to their various offices, and that is subject to ratification at town meeting. Secondly, the board will approve a contract with Fisher and Fisher Law Offices PC with a retainer of $136,000 a year. And that's all.
Great. All right. Do I have a motion?
I move to accept the consent agenda
Great.
as written.
Amanda has moved to approve the consent agenda as presented. All select board members in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Great. That passes 5-0. All right, on to regular business. the general fund budget discussion. John, you want to introduce the topic?
Sure. So tonight, we're looking for any motions that the board may have to make policy changes that would adjust the draft FY27 general fund budget. In your backup materials is a memorandum that's been updated slightly since your December 30th, since the December 30th memo that I sent you for your last meeting when the budget discussion was postponed to tonight. So the budget process, we started back in August developing these numbers, making the best estimates we could at that time. The board held a listening session in September. And I made an initial presentation to the board on November 4th of proposed budget. Since that time, you have held several meetings to understand the work and policies that this budget plan would support, as well as to hear public input. You had a second public listening session on November 12th of last year, and you had detailed budget presentations from the fire department and the police department November 18th, from the Public Works Department, the Library and Recreation and Parks Department on December 2nd, and from Human Resources, Finance, Town Clerk, Planning, Assessors, and the Town Manager's Office on December 16th. All of the information, materials, videos of those presentations are all linked up on the FY27 budget project page, which is on the town website. The proposed budget is an estimate of town expenditures at $26,956,419, which would increase the total property taxes needed by 4.4%. The bulk of this increase would be additional investment in the capital improvement program. There's more information in your backup material summarized by that, as well as attachment A, which is that FY27 proposed general fund budget, and attachment B, which is a 5-year capital investment plan from FY27 through FY31. The benefits of this proposed budget are that it maintains core municipal services that residents rely on daily. It prioritizes solid waste, public safety, infrastructure, parks, and fiscal stability. It continues disciplined debt management and reserve building. And it funds essential capital needs while deferring select transportation projects pending further discussion, which hopefully you'll have tonight. During budget deliberations, it was requested that a side-by-side analysis be done of each department's benefits lines so that FY26 could be compared with the proposed FY27 budget. And that analysis has been completed and is included in your backup materials as attachment C. Now is the time for adjusting the proposed budget to reflect any different policy priorities of the Select Board. So if the board has any policy changes that it would like staff to incorporate into a revised draft budget, we will attempt to bring that to you next Tuesday on January 20th. Individual Select Board members have discussed various policy changes during budget deliberations and have also provided the Town Manager's Office with additional proposals. And all of those have been put together in 2 attachments in your backup materials. Attachment D, which shows the different proposed policy changes that we've heard from Select Board members with the revenue increase, but none of them had revenue increase. Expenditure reduction, revenue reduction, and expenditure increases for each one of those proposed, those 25 proposed items, as well as the net tax impact, the percentage impact, and the estimated tax change on a $100,000 assessment of the property tax bill. And then also attachment E, which is the exact same information summarized and put in a color-coded chart so that you can see the different types of those various proposals from individual members grouped together in different categories. And maybe Seth, if you could bring that attachment E up on the screen, that may help the board go through some of these proposals tonight. I would just say that there may be additional proposals from the select board tonight. We're not trying to limit it to this. This is just what we've heard so far. I would say that also that, so of these 25, can we make that any bigger, Seth? Is that possible? Of these 25 proposed policy changes, this table has the estimated net tax impact in dollars in that first column to the right. That's the fourth column over is the percent net tax impact, so that you can compare it to the 4.4% that's in the current proposed budget. And then the final column has the tax savings or increase per 100,000 of assessed value. Department heads and other town staff are available tonight at this meeting to help inform the board and the public about any expected consequences of possible policy changes. And that's all I had for a presentation, but happy to
Great.
answer any questions.
Yeah, well, let me just introduce the chart. And first I want to amplify Amanda's comment. Is we're having this special meeting because of the lateness of the evening last week, and we really don't want to address significant town matters at 10 o'clock at night. So here we are. And this list of proposed changes from various select board members it's unusual. I'm sure you recall last year in our two budget discussions, we had lists of proposed cuts that came from the town administration, and the select board opined on them. And this is kind of different. This is select board members suggesting cuts and or additions to the budget. And what we need to have is the town administration comment on, from their professional perspective, how that will work with the town, and then the select board and the public can have a good discussion. So that's where we are, and I think in our color-coded way, we should discuss like items together. So I'm suggesting that there's several solid waste related items, and we should discuss that in a group. And I would ask select board members who have listed this item to advocate for it and speak to it. And we can begin with number one.
Could I make a request?
Sure.
I'd love to start with a little bit of general discussion first, just to give some context rather than just jumping right into, number one, yes or no, and number two, yes or no.
Go right ahead.
That's okay? Okay. Well, thank you. I guess I would like to set the stage in a couple ways. One is that this list here is, I think, a pretty wide net. There are aspects of it that are almost brainstorming. And speaking for myself, there isn't a single cut on this list that is there because I think it's something we should do less of or because I think it's being done poorly. They're on there as potential solutions to a problem that I'll get to in a second. I would personally be okay with a 4.4% tax increase this year as the coda to last year. It would be, it's a little above inflation, but I think within my tolerance. The reason I'm even in the business of looking for cuts is because if you look at the bottom half of the list, I think, there are 5 things on there that I think personally we should put back into the budget. And then if we were to do that, you will find the budget, I think it's about $800,000. Then you'll end up with a tax increase that's in the 8.5% range instead of 4%. and then I think we probably need to find offsetting cuts for that. So really, I think the first question for me is if there are things on the bottom half of the list that the board does want to add back in, then what does that do to the number? And then what do we feel else we need to do if that number is higher than we're comfortable with? And I'm happy to talk about what I think might want to come back in, or I don't want to monopolize.
So you created a list and you want to talk from the bottom instead of the top.
Sure, I didn't create the list, but yes, I think if there were no additions to be made, I don't think I would suggest any cuts. So without the context of the additions, I'm not sure it makes as much sense to me. But
I would agree to that, except I know that there are people here who have to leave and came specifically to talk about solid waste.
okay.
And
Okay, well, what about we have the solid waste conversation now and then maybe, I guess, defer a decision until we've gone through the other stuff, but have the opportunity for...
Well, I think it's important to have the decision when the matter's being discussed. So why don't we have the solid waste discussion, and then we can... What I was proposing to do, and I think it makes the most sense, if we had the solid waste discussion and the human services discussion, because people are here for that. And then we discuss add-ons, and then we can get to this smaller town staffing. If you want to bring in the bottom half sooner.
Yeah, I think the only reason I'm equivocating is because I think depending on what we add, we may feel differently about stuff on the top list. But I don't have an objection.
Great.
If you think that makes
I
sense.
think we should discuss solid waste first, and whomever would like to advocate for this first item, please do so. Unless there's no one, and we can move on.
Yeah, so I'll dive in with that. And I'll
All
also back up Oscar on, there are some there are some necessary adjustments both to capital infrastructure and inputs and more realistic perspectives on some of our revenue estimates that are in the bottom half that would affect, it's just being a little bit more conservative maybe to go from the bottom to the top. But that being said, I will talk about a cut that we could make. So a cut that we could make is to eliminate our town solid waste and recycling program with Casella while maintaining our municipal compost. This would remove $1.1 million from our town budget. It would require us to think out of the box and do what other surrounding towns have done, for example, Vernon, Hinsdale, where you...
Amanda, may I interrupt?
Yeah.
You're talking about item 2.
Correct.
You're not talking about item 1?
I'm not talking about item 1.
Is there anyone here who's speaking to item 1?
No, not me.
Nope. Let's cross that one out.
Okay.
But yes.
Okay? You want to eliminate town solid waste and recycling program and keep composting. That's what you're addressing.
That's what I'm advocating.
Okay, please
That's what
continue.
I'm bringing to the table to discuss. So getting myself back on track. So some surrounding towns have had to make this decision because of the very high cost in relation to the services that are being rendered. My suggestion is that it will make our taxes lower. It will make our budgeting easier. And it will, if anybody read Tom Franks's article or not article, but opinion piece in The Reformer, you'll notice that he made a point of identifying the fact that our town program is not available to 25% of the properties in town that account for 44% of the program's tax-supported costs. So by saying yes to this, we're basically agreeing to the idea that our non-eligible properties are doing a lot of subsidizing for our curbside program. We have the benefit in Brattleboro of the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. It is a place where you can bring your, with a sticker, your recycling and compost for free. Compost is always free. And then dispose of other trash at $5 a bag. Additionally, we have some smaller haulers in our area, and also the opportunity for opening up the market share to entrepreneurs who might like to take on a recycling or trash pickup at a lower cost and keeping local. Additionally, if we choose to take off the solid waste portion of trash and recycling from curbside, we do not have to invest $130,000 this year in giant plastic bins that are for a curbs, like an automatic loading that is our current contractors interested in us doing. And mind you, that's only half of the population. And with that, our budgeted numbers for our Department of Public Works to repair said bins, which is basically little plastic wheels. So that's my take. I should be addressing the board more than the public. And so let's get the conversation going.
Oscar?
Sure. Well, we've spoken about this before. If I was confident that the town as a whole would prefer to not have this service in exchange for the tax savings, I wouldn't really stand in the town's way, but I continue to feel pretty confident that if we took this away, people would turn around and many people would turn around and say, I actually feel like my life is, I am worse off with the savings and without the service. And until I learn differently, this is a very difficult sell for me. Also, of course, we may net $470K out of our taxes. Most, if not all, if not more of that money will still be paid by the community in fees. It is possible it could be done cheaper, but it's not going to be done for zero. So some, if not all of those savings are still going to be paid by people. So I can't see my way to it right now.
Very good. Gentleman to my left.
Which one?
You go. You're more of a gentleman than I.
Well, I think the fact that we're discussing elimination of an entire town service is actually an indicator of the state of our town finances. And the fact that we have had a situation where there have been multiple years where we've been drawing down on our town reserves, where we have been seeing nearly double-digit property tax increase, where we have deferred maintenance of our and replacement of equipment and deferred investments in capital equipment replacement. We are in a situation where we have spent too much and we can't afford this budget. So I'm looking at where are there opportunities for us to save. I have real concerns about eliminating an entire service at this meeting or in the ensuing meetings. You know, I looked at this information that was compiled by John Potter and Patrick Moreland. There was a survey that was done of Brattleboro residents, and it was open between April 23rd, 2024, and close on through May 17th, 2024. So spring of 2024. It was widely, and this is what the memo says. This is a memo from June 13th, 2024. The survey was widely promoted, and the town received 404 responses. To put this in perspective, with an estimated number of participating households being 4,283, 404 responses represent approximately 9.4% of the households served. A solid waste program survey report and it was attached. And 3/4 of the people who responded said they were either very satisfied or satisfied with the current curbside collection of trash, compost, and recycling. So that's 3/4 of the respondents with this pretty large sample size. So I share Oscar's concerns about getting rid of that entire service that so many people depend on. And one of the concerns that was voiced in the focus groups, I also read a report of there's various focus groups, folks from West Brattleboro, representative town meeting folks. There are a bunch of different focus groups. Some of you actually were part of these focus groups. Landlords in town. And one of the concerns was an issue of equity, because while some folks may be able to generate very little trash, there are other folks who actually, maybe they have babies and who use plastic diapers, disposable diapers, and that's actually generating a lot of waste. So to put another burden on parents of infants, on folks who don't have automobiles, it's a matter of equity as well, and making this something that we can really, a town where all of us can afford to live in. There's more that I can say about this, but I will say that I am interested in input from the public. I am interested in what folks have to say about this and an alternative to having in the future more competition. But there was I looked at the history of this. There was a request for proposals, and there was, a time for opportunity for haulers to submit proposals. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate both the diligence of the town staff and the persistence for over the last 2 years at negotiating this contract. And I appreciate also, Amanda, for your leadership in helping us think about how do we save money as a town, where can we explore creative options. And one of the things that you have helped us to do is to reduce the amount of spending in the most recently viewed proposal to the tune of $1.3 million over the next 3 years. Now, some of that would be shifted onto users with the cost of the trash bags, but some of that is also through things like having recycling pick up every other week instead of every week, and having the town take over compost away from a for-profit corporation. So I really appreciate what you bring to the table, Amanda, and I am happy to continue to have conversations with you about our waste removal, and for us to continue talking about this as long as you want to do it, and as long as I can.
Thank you, Isaac. Peter?
I find myself wanting to use the same words. I can remember going back 10 or 11 years ago when Pay As You Throw was introduced to the town, being vehemently against it, then seeing how it works to reduce stream and waste. And then I see this whole entire thing as one mechanism that I feel like Brattleboro has really got figured out right now, how to get rid of their garbage, how to get rid of their compost, how to get rid of their recycling. And these are steps that I know are of concern to the people who live in this town, that we are reducing our waste stream. And I think we should take the $635,000 win that was created, even though Amanda created it and is now against it. But I think we take that and we move forward.
Thank you. Well, I have quite a bit to say, so hold on. I'd like to begin by noting that the Select Board responsibility in this area is dictated by the Charter. And let me read to you what the Charter says. To provide for the collection, storage, and disposal of garbage and other refuse, including building demolition material, toxic or chemical waste, and other commercial or industrial waste materials, as consistent with state statute. What's being proposed here is not an alternative. It's nothing. And I don't think that as a responsible select board, we should be in the business of dismantling a plan, especially a plan that we worked for several years. I know that over the years, I've advocated for the equity element and the sustainability element. I didn't know that I also had to fight for the sanitary and public health elements. And I've been talking to people who have lived in towns where they didn't have a plan for garbage. And what I call, trash anarchy leads to two things. From a public health perspective, it leads to vermin. And from it leads to incredible inequity that I'm not at all comfortable with and don't feel that we should be. I feel that garbage disposal and solid waste removal is a public good, and that the public needs to be served by this. I think if people want to continue to examine this and find savings, then there's time to do that. But we need to have a solid waste contract. And I think it's responsible, it's good government. I also feel that with regard to the equity element, that what this proposal is a libertarian plan which seeks to impose a regressive, meaning an anti-progressive tax on poor people by not funding this public service. I will continue to vote no on this because I think it's so important and would lead to a downward spiral in our community. And I'd like to ask our town attorney for his interpretation of this charter language, because I feel if we don't have a solid waste plan in place, that we are going against the terms of the charter. Bob?
Both, the charter says what you read, to provide, the word is to provide for the collection, management, etc. of solid waste. The statute, which is in Title 24, echoes that and also says that the town is responsible for the management, regulation, storage, collection of solid waste. So in that respect, the provide for, in my view, is synonymous with the be responsible for that. What that really means is it doesn't mean that you have to actually go and pick up and do that, but you have to have a plan. The statute or charter doesn't make reference to Title 10, but that's the section with regard to state solid waste, and it requires all towns to have a solid waste plan. So if you're going to make any changes, and I leave that entirely to the policy setting of the select board, but any changes would require changes in the town's solid waste management plan. So that would include changes to ordinances, the actual plan that gets approved by the state, things like that. So I hope that answers.
Well, let me ask you some questions, Bob.
Sure.
If we don't have a plan going forward, could we be sued? Could the state intercede?
The state has the enforcement ability for any of the solid waste state statutes. Based on experience, I don't think a town would be immediately fining or suing the town. More likely, the way they usually bring violations are giving you a notice of some deficiency, giving you time to cure that in some way, whether that's coming up with a new plan, changing your ordinances, adopting a program for curbside collect, whatever it may be, but they would give you a certain amount of time, and then if you don't cure what the allegations are, then they have the enforcement capabilities.
Mm-hmm. So right now, what's on the table, what's in our proposed budget, is a plan for solid waste that includes solid waste recycling and compost. And we have a contract on the table that, as a matter of fact, Amanda spearheaded the reduction of $600,000 for this year as opposed to the original budget. That was original contract, right? And so if we did not sign that contract, if our budget does not include that contract, then the people in this town come when? May? When?
So you're talking about the fiscal 27 budget, so that starts July 1st.
Okay. So then the people in this town would have no municipal solid waste plan except for compost, and would have the responsibility themselves to arrange for their solid waste. They'd either bring it to the solid waste district, they'd contract with various providers. Now, I foresee chaos. I'm a gray-haired old lady. I know many gray-haired old ladies. I come from a long line of gray-haired old ladies. And I know one thing about gray-haired old ladies. They want their garbage picked up. And to deny that and to hurl them all into chaos is something that I am not prepared to be responsible for. And no one here is proposing an alternative. They're just saying, I don't want it.
That's not what we talked about. Both listening sessions.
Amanda?
I'm wondering, yes, so this has been a really productive conversation. This is great. This is a matter of affordability. This is a matter of our tax rate. We have model communities among us, one being Putney, that does not have curbside trash pickup. I'm not sure what the proportion of people with different colored hair is there, but if I go to the solid waste district, I see quite a few people who are willing to, do what they have to do to connect with their solid waste, to either bring it or hire a hauler. So this is a matter of affordability. This is something that we could remove from our budget, trust the free market, trust our community members, trust our neighbors that we won't fall into anarchy. The other thing is, like, beyond this, well, so we have a couple of options. We could warn to get more public feedback. We can warn an article on our ballot. That's advisory. We could also, we can't because we're the select board. But a community member could bring it to the floor of whatever form of town meeting we have.
Bring what to the floor, Amanda?
If a community member brought to the floor that they wanted to cut this number from the budget, that is a possible thing for our community to do. So here we are as a select board. We could make a motion. We could hear from the public first. I defer to whatever.
Why don't you make a motion, then we'll hear from the public.
Leadership.
Oscar?
I have a question for Bob to clarify.
All right.
Since we're in the realm of getting legal advice, I'm trying to. There are many communities in Vermont that do not do municipal solid waste pickup. They may have different. Curbside. They may have different charters, but they are all bound by the same set of state statutes. I'm trying to parse your words. It sounds like, I guess the question is, if the town did not do curbside and had a plan that said, you know, like Burlington's website says, we don't do curbside trash, at least. You can contract with a private hauler. We have a plan. Is your opinion that in that case, the town would be deficient in some way? Or do you think that would qualify as, yeah, you're saying what you should do with your trash, and it doesn't mean you must curbside pick it up?
Right. It doesn't, I'm not saying the charter or the statute says you must do curbside.
Okay.
You would have to have a plan, and for instance, ordinances that would say you must, you know, all collection happens on particular days in certain neighborhoods, or what you know, you can't leave out trash at any time, or it must be in certain bins. There's going to be there's still regulation about solid waste and compost and recycling. It would just take a different form than curbside.
But your opinion is not that the charter or the statute requires curbside pickup, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. The provide for is the same as be responsible for, and that requires you to have a plan that's approved for that.
But right now, we have a plan, and to take away that plan is the absence of a plan.
Yes, it sounds like it would be, I don't want to take away the plan, but I also, you know, when we're hearing from Bob in a public meeting, I want to make sure I don't leave confused. It sounds like a different board could vote to get rid of curbside pickup and then establish a plan, probably fairly trivially, that includes information about how it works and essentially be compliant. That's...
Peter?
I'm detecting a pattern. Would you like to know what that pattern is?
I certainly
That pattern is this board's inability to make a decision definitively without kicking it down the road. And I feel like we are starting to go down that path. I'm not in favor of putting this on a thing, to a town meeting, to a vote, to this, to that. I've not had offline a ton of solid waste conversations until the last 2 weeks, where I would have to say 90% of the people are like, don't take this away from us. We want this. Honestly, it's just in the last 2 weeks. It is something that my neighbors, when asked, want. They don't want to be responsible for hauling it themselves or doing anything. I would very much like for us to make a definitive decision on this, since this would be you and I, 4th or 5th time we've litigated this.
Yes.
So, you know, this decision's been made a couple of times, and I would like us to finalize this tonight, move forward, take the $635,000 win, and move on.
Amanda, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. Okay.
I'm getting to the public.
I'm going to take definitive action, Peter.
Is it to kick the can down the road?
It is not to kick the can down the road. I'm going to make
The unrecycled can?
those giant recycling bins that half the teenagers in Brattleboro are going to get in and roll down our steep roads and then have DPW
All
repair.
I can tell you is Daniel Quip fits inside them.
Okay, the motion is this. I move to eliminate the curbside and recycling trash pickup contract from our 2027 budget for the savings of $1,100,000. And I think I'll just stop right there. That's basically it.
I'm confused by the chart where it says $468,700.
I can clean
John?
that up. If you look at attachment D, it shows the math behind what Amanda's proposing. So there would be an expenditure reduction of $1.1 million and a revenue reduction of $635,000 under that proposal, which would be a net tax impact of reducing the budget by $468,700.
All right.
Madam Chair,
if,
Yes.
I'm just going to step into that other room to make sure that I have the same materials that everybody else does at the table. But carry on, I'll be in here.
Okay.
My understanding as well is that if we choose to eliminate the curbside program, that we are not going to become dependent on the revenues of the pay-as-you-throw, because people will be contracting on their own or hauling their own. Is that correct?
That's correct,
correct?
yes. Yeah, that's the 635,000 revenue reduction. We wouldn't be getting that anymore.
All right, so a motion was on the table to eliminate town solid waste and recycling programs and keep the composting. Amanda, I don't remember, you gave a budget figure.
That is correct. I mean, according to the chart I'm looking at, it is a reduction of $465,000 if we consider the revenue as well. I'm a little confused. I mean, the total expenditure. I think I'd like the motion just to recognize the expenditure.
The expenditure reduction, and you want to leave the revenue for the pay-as-you-throw in the budget?
No, it's mute. It doesn't.
So you want to remove the expenditure, but also remove the revenue?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so if I want those numbers to be part of the motion, somebody has to give it to me. Can you add that there?
Yeah, if I can make a suggestion, Amanda,
Go ahead.
that really tonight you just need to give an indication to the staff to bring back
Great.
the information for next time. But
Okay.
so you would be directing staff to revise the budget to remove the solid waste and recycling program from the budget. Something as simple as that,
Okay.
I think, would do. So.
This is going to be a motion redo.
All right, so Amanda has proposed to eliminate town solid waste and recycling program and keep the composting. And if we
That is actually not correct. I move to request that the town advise for our next budgeting meeting the number that would that would enter the budget, or the number that would be removed from the budget if we eliminated curbside trash and recycling pickup.
Isn't that Can we talk this through for a second?
Please.
What's this? This would be the net reduction.
Yeah.
So is that the number?
Yeah.
Okay.
$465,000
Yeah.
is the net reduction.
Okay. Is that the number you were?
Well, I'm frankly a little confused because if we eliminated curbside pickup, we wouldn't be doing the pay-as-you-throw.
Right.
Right.
That whole program would be eliminated.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
So we don't spend $1.1 million. We don't collect $635,000. People get to not buy the bags, which is great for them.
Yep.
But the budget only comes down by whatever, 465.
However, the optimistic outlook on the bag revenue is
Yes.
a itchy thing in my head where I'm like, really? Are we actually going to make that much revenue? Anyway, so let's.
I think I got what you're saying now, Amanda. So right now in the proposed budget, there's 1.1 million in expenditures for the things that you're suggesting that we change the policy on.
Correct.
There's also 635,000 in the proposed budget right now. So
Of revenue.
of revenue. So if we did that, we wouldn't be able to, or we probably shouldn't continue with that revenue in the draft budget. So that's all I was saying was like, we kind of need to remove both of those things, which gets to a net of 468,700.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you, John.
Yep.
So that the motion
You
still.
should restate the motion as you understood it and see if that's correct.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could restate it so I can unpack.
As I understood it.
As if I'm understanding it correctly. Well, go ahead.
Okay. Amanda's motion consists of eliminating town solid waste and recycling program, keeping composting, removing curbside pickup, thus removing both the costs and the revenue associated with the solid waste program.
All we're looking to do is vote on, should we tell John to bring us a budget
That's
without
right.
this in it?
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I don't think
but
that, yeah.
It's the cost and the revenue,
Yeah.
both sides.
Correct. It's just, I think it's vitally important that this is the curbside program that we're talking about.
Right, but
Not the
Amanda,
solid waste
we don't
program.
have anything else, so you're not substituting an alternative plan.
But we do, because we pay $97,000 into the solid waste management district annually
So what-
already.
That's not a solid waste plan.
What if we just insert the word curbside as the third word, move to eliminate town curbside solid waste and recycling program? Is that?
That sounds good.
Let me just,
I also, I do want to ask Bob that the statement that Liz just provided, that that's not a plan. Is it not a plan?
That's a budgetary recommendation. You then would need to create, if it goes to town meeting and it's voted to have no curbside recycling or curbside pickup, then the town is going to need to amend its solid waste plan, amend its ordinances, and those sorts of things. So
yeah.
it is not just by eliminating it from the budget. That's a budget issue and policy decision. The plan would then need to be worked on by town staff.
And let's ask John,
Yep.
please speak, and then we have Pete, if he wants to speak to it. I think he does.
Oh, if you have a question, yeah, for sure. But I was gonna, maybe the simplest way to get at this whole thing is to focus on the expenditure reductions and the revenues, because that's the budget recommendation that's being made. So, I think that is. So, in solid waste budget lines, we are looking to reduce expenditures by $1,103,700. And we're looking to reduce solid waste revenues by $635,000. And that keeps it kind of.
Correct, that's cleaner. Yeah, that's
okay.
great, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So Amanda has moved to eliminate the solid waste, the curbside, the budgetary item for solid waste expenditure to reduce by $1,103,700.
Yep.
And also a revenue reduction of $635,000.
I have a question now.
Yes.
Regrettably. You're saying keep composting at the end of the motion because that's what's in the line.
Yes.
I just don't want to, I want us to still have the compost discussion, and I don't want this motion to be also we are keeping compost. Is that?
Is one of your handy dandy little things, it's,
That one.
it's
So
this
just because it
discussion.
says parentheses, keep composting
Yeah.
at the end.
Well, but I'm just,
No,
but the point is that
The first
this
one.
is this second item is what Amanda.
I agree. It's just when you say the motion out loud, it sounds like a motion that ends
Yeah.
with also keep
Well,
composting. That's all.
I think it's important to
Okay.
say it out loud.
Okay.
And let me just ask Pete Lynch, who is a valued resource for our town staff. Pete, what do you think would be required of the town if we were to remove these items from the budget and not have the solid waste contract that had been proposed? What actions would the town have to take to do what's responsible underneath the charter to provide for solid waste planning?
Good evening. Before we talk about that, I want to speak to the question about the budget and specifically the Wyndham Solid Waste assessment, which I think was what Amanda was asking a minute ago. And so in the money that is going to continue to be in the budget, that includes the $93,000 for the Wyndham Solid Waste assessment. So that's still on the table. Some of the things that do stay on the table as well and speak to us trying to make sure that we're responsible for keeping the town of Brattleboro clean and healthy is there is money still left in the budget for the Department of Public Works to do downtown cleanups. There's money in there for some dedication to doing weekly cleanups around the town because of concern that we're going to see an elevated amount of dumping. Now, I can't tell you what that is, but we do feel like we need to in some way be prepared to get out and about and weekly be making a strong effort to keep our streets and sidewalks clean of debris that people just might not be able to take to the dump. It's not, in some way there will be health standards that will have to be met, and I don't know if that's bared on the shoulders of our zoning administrator or our town health officers, or it becomes a DPW responsibility. But there would have to be some ordinance modified and action in place for us to be able to ensure that the health and safety of our residents is taken care of.
Thank you, Pete.
Certainly.
Okay,
I have one request, actually,
Yes.
since Pete is there. So when these numbers come back with the hypotheticals on January 20th, could the numbers be broken out from the total for the assessment?
Yeah, yes.
So
they
we can actually just look
It's-
at it?
Certainly.
That would be great.
That would be if there's 3 votes
Because
to
that's
do so.
separate from, okay, yeah, because okay.
Oscar?
Now I have a question. So when you said remains on the table, you mean that even if we were to eliminate this line, the solid waste assessment and the downtown cleanups and stuff like that would remain in the budget?
That is correct. That number that you're looking in front of you, that 1.1,
right,
includes us continuing to have a relationship with the Wyndham Solid Waste District, and that's 93,000 and change. It includes the downtown trash cans pickup that is currently in the budget. It includes a few other items of importance that we feel like in order to maintain some sort of cleanliness downtown, we'd have to continue with.
And that's already factored into this. That's
Yep.
right, John?
That is
so
true.
So cutting this $468,000, we would still retain in the budget that other stuff. So this is just the savings. This, I think, maybe even the clean number that you're looking for. Like, this doesn't include the assessment or anything like that. This is just the cost of the curbside.
Yep.
John, did you
So-
want to comment?
So just to clarify one more time, will you repeat that, John? The 1.1 million is for the curbside?
Yes.
Recycling and trash pickup only?
Yes.
But the other items, the assessment,
Yep.
town cleanup, any of our town, obviously like our DPW, our cans, our rec and parks, are not in this figure.
Right, so.
They're already figured in the DPW budget, or?
So there's on page 19 of your backup materials there, that is the proposed budget currently. And there is a solid waste section of the budget. And in that, the proposal was 1.290 million for solid waste. And so in your motion, Amanda, it was removing about 1.1. So there's around a little over 100,000 would be remaining in those lines, and that's mostly like things like Pete was describing a minute ago.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Pete. Okay, let's hear from the public.
What are we hearing from the public about?
They're commenting on the motion. Then
Is that-
it'll
is that
come
by
back
the-
to us, and then we'll
If I'm
vote.
still here.
Thank you. All right. Number 1, Ken Fay. Oh, yeah.
Hello, Ken Fay, District 8. I'm here today to speak for the library budget to hopefully.
I'm sorry, we're not talking about the library right now. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay.
David Minor?
I think that's the wrong page.
It's general fund, but really, I only want to hear from people regarding solid waste. So I'm going to go down this list. And if you're a solid waste commenter, strike up the band. Bill Harvey. Solid waste?
Bill Harvey, District 8. First of all, I want to thank the Select Board for all the work they've done. I'm sure this is a gut-wrenching job to go through this. I also want to thank you because you've done an excellent job for the town. My concern is that we only had one bid proposal put out, and that was for Casellas. And I think that it's possible to get other bids. And I also think it may be possible with a little bit of work to keep the money in the town of Brattleboro. We have an awful lot of people in Brattleboro who do yard work. They go out and mow lawns and do all that kind of thing. And if you set up a system whereby these people in Brattleboro also were willing to pick up waste and pay them rather than pay an outside agency, I realize that's a lot of work. I think that's something that could be done. However, for this year, I think the work that you have done this year, maybe that would be something for another year because there's a lot of work involved, but for this year, I would be in favor of what we have now. I think it's working extremely well, and maybe in other years, something else could be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also note that there can be work ongoing in the future if we sign the contract that we have. Bob, would you like to opine a little bit on that aspect, that if we sign the contract, we can still
Sure. I mean, you can always be, during a contract, looking toward the future for purposes of policy planning, a change in course that would take effect either at the end of the contract or if a contract has a termination clause based on funding, upon a termination. But you can always be looking at that. It would be implemented upon the end of the contract.
My understanding that our current contract on the table is a 3-year contract.
But it does have termination clause.
I don't really want to go into what the current proposed sections are, but there's a section with regard to termination. So not knowing, that's a contract that's still being finally negotiated. I'd rather not discuss that all in public session.
So
I'm not trying to avoid the
But what
the
you're
answer, but from a
saying
legal
is that we
standpoint.
can sign this contract, we can have curbside pickup, and we can plan for alternatives either at the end of the 3 years or sooner if we so desire. Jackie Reese, you're talking about solid waste? Yeah. Great.
Jackie Reese, Brattleboro, District 9 rep. So I have a couple of thoughts, and it's all kind of around practicality. So for one, I understand that now the trash that's collected is being brought up to Lebanon, or Casella has some place where they're transporting it. So I'm kind of wondering, what are we going to have? What's Wyndham Solid Waste Management going to have to do to handle all of the trash that comes from our town? That's one question I have. The second one I have is, has anybody who's been to the dump on a Saturday where the line sometimes goes all the way out the gate considered what it's going to take for people to bring individually their trash to the dump? I mean, that's kind of crazy. A lot of people, a majority of the people only have Saturdays. And not everybody has a dump truck, or a pickup truck, I mean. Not everybody has any means to bring their trash. And you have to go through twice. You got to go through that line twice. You dump and then you come back, unless it's just one bag. So if there's just one bag, the increase to the taxes is $44 per 100,000. So we're talking, if your house is worth $300,000, that's a difference of $135 a year. And it's $175. It costs $60 to get a tag for the dump, and then one $5 trash bag a month is going to cost you another $60. So we're looking at a difference of a couple of dollars. So anyway, because that's $120, a minimum. I don't know anybody who has one. Anyway, if this is going to start on July 1st, and we don't have a plan for people to come and pick stuff up, that's the middle of summer. The trash buildup. And who's going to enforce standards on buildings, especially multifamilies, where they don't have the trash picked up every week or even every month? I lived across the street from a house like that. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Eric Karen.
Oh, it's so down. I guess I'll pick it up. Does that work better? Okay. All right. So, Eric Karen, District 7. I just wanted to quickly say that until I came to Brattleboro, I lived my whole life in towns that did not have curbside pickup. I'm blind. I don't drive. I never found it a problem to either afford someone to come and get the trash or to find ways to have community where my neighbors and friends would support me. It just was a non-issue at all. I also think that we get to go back to one of the comments that one of the other select board members made, and that was, how did we get here? This is low-hanging fruit to deal with a truly terrifying financial problem that the overspending of our town has had for several years now. And this is low-hanging fruit. If we don't remove this big cost, and I hate to say it, Amanda, I also think the composting too, which I love, hiring, and rather not, that's another down the road, but it relates to this issue, not hiring 3 more folks and trucks and so on. I think all of it, frankly, because of the situation our town is in financially, this should go. And I think we as a community can be resourceful enough to figure out how to use the Wyndham solid waste. I have done that kind of work my whole life. I've also talked to a lot of gray-haired ladies, and I'll let them speak to themselves, but I think that those ladies often don't produce a lot of trash and have a lot of creative resources for how to deal with them and get them where they need to go. Thank you.
All right. Who's next? Dick DeGray?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. A couple of clarifying things before I ask my questions here. I'm guessing that the contract hasn't been signed. That's a guess. And then what happens if you sign the contract before RTM and RTM decides to remove the money from the budget for this item? If you could answer that. On page 19 of 40, the solid waste, John referenced the number of $1,290,875. In that number, when Peter got up and spoke and said that the Wyndham solid waste assessment is in there for $93,000. When he talked about the cleanup for downtown, that is not part of this budget, this segment of the budget. If you go down into Public Works, and I can find it here in a second, because I just looked at it. You would hold my time, Madam Chairwoman. There's a section down here, solid waste, and it is section 611, Public Works Solid Waste, 0 FTE, but there is money in here for downtown cleanup. And so anything that Amanda was talking about, we're still going to have money in the budget here for the downtown cleanup, which has been going on and wasn't reflected in last year's budget, which would be reflected here. So I also would like to get clarified with Amanda, are you still saying that we want to have compost pickup? And if we want to have compost pickup, is it going to be by Casella or by what was proposed to have the town take over compost pickup? Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, I do.
Chair, I'd love to answer that question.
You've been interrogated, and it's your choice.
Since I've been interrogated, yes. My motion was to retain the town-designed curbside compost program. In assessments that people have provided to me from their neighborhood, I've had feedback regarding 90% of, say, the Carriage Hill neighborhood utilizing the compost program, approximately 25% of residents using the trash, and around 75% with the recycling. So.
Okay, Randy Blodgett.
So what's that cost?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The cost of that, isn't that going to be added back in?
It's a separate line item in the budget backup materials, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Randy Blodgett.
Randy Blodgett, District 7. The first thing I want to address is just something that we went through here in the group. The reality is that some of the numbers, the focus groups, the surveys, the thing you stated was, going on 2 years ago. We had no prices. We weren't $6.90 and $4.50 a bag. People wanted what they wanted when they were asked, oh, if we're going to do this, what do you like? And of course, they don't think there's any additional costs. Nothing changed. So none of that's included. My degree was in marketing. Market research basically tells you if it's not within a recent period of time, it's not accurate. It's great that it's almost 10%, but it's too old to have any relevance. I'm glad Amanda just brought up some numbers, because the only numbers I heard from Casella were from District 7, West Brattleboro, I believe it was stated, and we were only getting 46% recycling, 35% throw as you go, and low 20s on compost. And I think that was from earlier this year or the end of last year. So it would be really nice to know out of 4388 or whatever the actual number is, that, we're having less than 2,000 people use some of these services, yet we're taxing every resident, plus all the commercial users. It doesn't make any sense. The charter, we've been back and forth. Hey, a little out-of-box thinking. If you had haulers, you have Wyndham, you have other ways to do this. This isn't rocket science. Here's authorized haulers. Freefield call them. Casella can be one of them. Compost, whether we do the town, like Amanda and I talked, you could have a co-op form, some other way of collecting this, farmers, other people. I think we're just not, we didn't do the homework. And then, what's equitable in this town? The cost of living is not equitable. Let's talk about that. And it's $40 here, $30 here. I know we just talked about the cost, but there's a lot of other costs not included in that. And that's one reason I'd ask everybody to think, why are we ordering half the cans? Because not everybody recycles, so we don't need 4,388 cans. Nobody's answered that, but that's the case. The one other thing is, this over 600,000 in pay-as-you-throw revenue isn't accurate. The next closest town raised it to $5, and they dropped 26%.
All right, who's next?
Can I just make a clarifying point?
Sure.
So, Randy brought up some points. Based on the first time 2 years ago when we approved the contract, that information was based on that, and that's when the contract was approved. So what we've done is, again, kick the can down the road a little bit more, which brings us to this point in time. So when we originally approved the Casella Waste contract and all the trimmings, that's where we were There was I don't believe there was a proposed bag increase at that point in time. So it was just all the same. So I just want to make sure that if we're gonna compare and we're gonna throw out some things, that we're doing it correctly. So when this was originally approved by a previous board, all that information was exactly as you presented it. We're not there today, but that's where it was then 2 years ago.
Because it's been reworked.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. So
John.
we're not really comparing apples to apples in that scenario.
John, you have a comment?
Yeah, and in that survey, we did look at people's willingness to pay, and it was along the lines of where we ended up. I mean, we're quite what people would be paying through pay as you throw is about in the range of what people were willing to pay at that time. It may have changed.
Can I make a tiniest of comments? Randy, some of your points are very valid, and I agree with them. I just want to push back on one thing and say that I know for a fact that the town has done a staggering amount of homework on this over the course of multiple years. It's probably been the thing that I have spent the most time with town staff on this year. So a lot of that happens in private because it's a contract, but I assure you that an extraordinary amount of work has been done, and hopefully that's some comfort on this issue for people.
I'm just going to ask, I only have 2 minutes, and I fit a lot in.
No,
So in
we're
that
done.
time, did
Randy.
anybody call these other callers and think out of the box, yes or no?
Randy,
Talk
there may
after.
be time if everyone else has spoken. Susan Belleville.
Susan Belleville, Brattleboro. I support Amanda's proposal that we eliminate the curbside trash and recycling pickup. Number one is I have a great deal of confidence in our community that we are resourceful and we can take care of our own trash. I am one of those older than many other gray-haired ladies in this room, and I own an apartment building that I live in, and I will become responsible for my tenants' trash, and I will be saving them bag money if I take care of it. I don't have a problem with that at all. What I have a problem with is this constant downsizing and reduction of services at a hugely increased cost, and I am confident our community can step up and take care of their own trash. They don't need curbside pickup dictated by the town. They can do it themselves, either through buying their own contract with their own hauler or bringing their rubbish to the centers as they deem fit. The other piece I think that is important is that we have ordinances in this town around health and safety and sanitary measures. They just need to be enforced. I've asked them to be enforced downtown around the dumpster issue that I have with the job that I have, but it's not being done. I am told I'm responsible for taking care of that, which I do because I think it's a community service that I'm doing to help keep the neighborhood cleaner. Like I said, and I'm so angry at the fact that people are not giving the taxpayers and the residents of this community enough credit to believe that we can take on this responsibility ourselves and not be willing to cut the budget and focus on more important issues that this town needs taken care of. Please don't do any more curbside pickup.
Thank you. Arthur Davis. If he was before Tricia, Seth, I don't.
Yeah, and trash.
Yeah. Arthur, you're speaking about trash.
I am indeed. It's one of my favorite topics. I find myself, I'm in a little bit of a weird position from where some of my general leanings. I'm a big believer in municipal services. I have found myself in this particular issue feeling very drawn to the idea of, in this particular case, getting rid of the municipal trash and recycling service. I really think that we should keep the town designed composting system, because I think that we've come a really long way in composting, and I think That's the heaviest stuff. It's the stinkiest stuff, and giving people a really convenient way to get rid of that in a really environmentally friendly way is really important. I also feel like, as a recycling nerd, I feel skeptical at best about single stream recycling. Wyndham Solid Waste has been doing over time more and more sorted recycling. They now have separated glass recycling. They now have separated mixed paper recycling. There's a lot of work out there that these kinds of pre-sorting really increase the efficacy of recycling and the impact that it has on markets. It's saving Wyndham Solid Waste District money, and also making that material go to a better place. My notes here. I also have had some conversations with them, and they've indicated that they feel like that it's a pretty doable thing for them to handle. Some increase, the increase in trash service that they would be providing. And I also just really feel like I don't like the idea of my tax dollars going to this big monopoly company that has kind of held us, that has kind of come in. Yeah, it's time. But I'd love to see us be a little creative with that money and not just send it to a big monopolistic company. And maybe that also could give us some leverage in a few years if they know we can say no, even if we want to renegotiate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Arthur. Trish Twinning.
Yes, hi. Can you see me? Yep. And hear me? Excellent. I just want to make some comments in support of Amanda's proposal. Having only lived in Brattleboro for 4 years, but lived in many towns that had dumps, or more appropriately, transfer stations. Madam Chairwoman, in opposition to your comment about mid-60s gray-haired ladies not wanting to go to the dump is part of a community in many, many locations around us, including here. It's a little off-putting because it's not the dump, it's Wyndham and Wyndham Solid Waste, but there is a community that is surrounding that and supports that in a big way. The other thing is in losing the town services for pickup, you're actually opening an entrepreneurial opportunity in Brattleboro. And we have a very entrepreneurial oriented community here. And maybe we could find something that BDCC would help facilitate people looking at a business like this as an add-on for them, because most people in those services tend to find ways to make money, including additional services like big thing pickups or whatever. So, I am in support of Amanda, and also the comments made by Arthur Davis and Susan Belleville on the quality of single stream recycling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks. I have never lived somewhere that didn't have municipal trash pickup, so I have no idea what the costs are involved in hiring your own service. But I just was Googling it, and it said $20 to $50 per month is the average cost. Now, I don't know if that was accurate, but if it is, that's $600 a year per household. Do you guys have any numbers on what cost you're transferring onto residents by removing these services? I hear a lot of people who are very well resourced talking about how this is going to be easy for everyone to just take on. But for my household, $600 a year is a big cost. And I'm wondering if that balances out how much my tax bill is going to be reduced. I don't think it's going to be $600 lower if we cut these services, but maybe I'm mistaken. So if you have any details to provide on that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Robin.
I can
John,
speak to
would
that.
you like?
I can speak to that as well. I think, Robin, that's a great point. I would ask John to also factor that out in your next, in the numbers you found. But from what my understanding is, and from some analysis that has been done, that it's actually about the same.
John.
So our numbers, Amanda, would be that this would save $29 per 100,000. So if you had a $300,000 house, you would save, $90 a year on this reduction. So that would be compared against, I'm not saying Robin's numbers are right, but whatever somebody would have to do to replace this cost savings with. So.
But we also, the pay-as-you-throw bags would impact the end user.
Oh, okay.
Financially.
Yep. Okay.
Depending on their situation in life.
Yeah, and maybe Pete's looked at that. I'm not sure, but
Pete Lynch has been interrogated.
And also, I will say, Robin, talk to a friend in Putney, talk to a friend in Dummerston, Hinsdale, Vernon. Ask them their experience. Trish has some good points. It is a place of community. We can be better recyclers by bringing our own and separating.
Pete, if you'd like to sit at the table, you certainly may.
Thank you.
Amanda, let me just caution you that the population density in all those towns you listed is much different from Brattleboro, and that has an impact of curbside.
Essex, Vermont, which is exactly the same size as Brattleboro, maybe a little larger, does not have curbside pickup. And it is a suburban area near Burlington.
Peter.
So a few months ago, we sat and talked about cost of bags and how they related to curbside or a private hauler doing curbside pickup. And in our analysis, we used the number $50 for a private hauler. That seemed to be an average of what we found in the area. So one purple bag a week for a month would be just under $30 a month that you would pay for curbside pickup. And 2 bags per week would be about $58 a month as compared to $50. So if you're a 1-bagger, you save a little money, and if you're a 2-bagger, you about break even.
Yeah, plus the tax.
And that's purple
plus the
bags. That's the
taxes,
bigger of the
right.
2
So
bags.
what we had discussed in many of the permutations was that the tax rate with the garbage included would be cheaper than everyone contracting their own hauler. Is that still the case?
I don't specifically have those numbers in front of me, but that is what we talked about, and I'd have to look them up to give you accurate numbers. I can't do that right here.
All right. So what we need to do now, Mr. Smith, you have one brief comment.
So we keep going back to the cost for the residents to do their own trash as being close to equal to what the tax increase would be. What we're not accounting for is all the people that are paying taxes that don't get trash pickup. They're subsidizing everybody else at this moment, but they would no longer be doing so. Those people would be seeing a savings. Thank you.
And again, that's the comment that I made earlier about the libertarian concept of
I'm not about equity.
and people who are quote unquote not about equity.
Well, I'd also like to echo the fact that if you are a property owner and you are a housing provider and you have over 4 units, you are not eligible for the curbside program. However, you are paying, property taxes. Those property taxes those go into the cost of rents. Our most vulnerable population are renters, right? Property taxes go up, rents go up. fees that any individual hauler decides to go up in any current time, say like 10% from a recent said hauler for a apartment building, goes to the renters. So we are creating a system where we may be charging people a lot more who are like not as well off people.
Okay, let's get back to our little handy chart and see if we can have a vote on Amanda's motion. Amanda made a motion to, let me put my glasses on.
Madam Chair, you have a hand up in the audience.
Rick, I'm not going to call on you. Eliminate solid town waste and recycling, solid town waste and curbside solid waste and recycling program, keeping curbside composting, and removing from the budget the cost of $1,103,700 and the revenue of $635,000. So that is the motion on the table. Does Select Board wish to comment on that before we vote? Anyone?
My understanding is that we were requesting information from town staff.
We are voting to see if the Select Board, 3 members of the Select Board, want the town staff to pursue that.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. So, all those in favor of the solid waste motion on the table, please raise your hand and say yay.
Yay.
Okay. All those not in favor of the solid waste motion on the table, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay. Amanda, I advise you to take the win because you've made tremendous strides in our solid waste planning. Now, I suggested earlier to Oscar that we talk about human services and then we talk about adding to the budget.
Do we want to talk about compost? Obviously, I don't want to talk for 2 hours about compost, but
I think we already have.
Is there someone who wants to talk about, is there someone on the Select Board who's advocating the elimination of the compost program?
I will say one sentence about it, which is that when we get done with the rest of this, we may want it.
Revisit.
Yeah, but
is there anyone else?
That's all for now.
I would concur with Oscar that I'd like to revisit this after we've had a chance to look at some of the other numbers.
So, is there anyone who would like, on the Select Board, who would like to advocate for the variety of items to reduce the human service budget spending? Right now, in the town budget, the human service spending is equivalent to 1% of our budget, which is
Around $250,000.
$250,000. So anyone proposing an alternate sum for that, please let me know.
Yeah, I have a motion to make.
Okay.
Yeah, I move to reduce the human services spending to $100,000 total for a reduction of $150,000 from our 2027 budget.
Would you like to speak to that motion, Amanda?
We're talking about affordability, and we're talking about our tax rate, and we're talking about expenses carried on to our renters, like I mentioned with the solid waste. This will be a refrain. Affordability, affordability, affordability. We have to live within our means, and this is something within our means. This is by no means, I've said that a lot of times, a commentary on what we wish for or what our appreciation for our social service providers and our human services that we donate to we contribute to as a town. But it has to be a number that we can live with. I'd like to see a base number that we start with in 2027 and gets risen by a COLA yearly, so it's not vulnerable to a budget, whatever algorithm there.
Okay. Anyone else wish to comment?
Sure. Yeah, I can't really bring myself to vote for a second cut here. I'm happy in a year this difficult to sort of eat the de facto 250K cut that's already in this budget. And I think even that is a little wishful, given that RTM said, given that at last RTM, the select board basically asked, what do you want the number to be? RTM said 2%, which is 500K, and now we're putting it at 250K. I think that's already a little bit wishful thinking. And I'm willing to go halfway. I'm willing to have a budget with it at 250K, see where it goes, but I think cutting further just becomes more and more unlikely. So I don't want to do this.
Gentleman to my left.
Well, I actually agree with Amanda on the issue of the COLA, the idea that the human services budget could be increased based on the previous year, just like we increase other things in the budget. Often, okay, when I got a cost of living increase, the cost of living allowance thing where it was like 2.5% the last time I got one. And, it's based on some federal, inflation and things like that. So that idea to me makes sense. But I agree with Oscar that I think this is sort of aspirational thinking that RTM or whatever town meeting we have in the spring is going to radically change their position from what it has consistently been voting for in the last few years. So I think that it's actually, I already have concerns that this budget is artificially suggesting a lower municipal tax increase than what we're going to end up with. And I think we need to be realistic about what we're likely to see happen at representative town meeting. Now, representative town meeting could lower this amount, but to put it in the budget at this point that we're expecting it to be lower doesn't make sense to me. Just from a financial fiscal responsibility perspective, which is something this board has over and over said we want to prioritize.
Peter?
Oh, I'm still thinking.
Still thinking. I couldn't hear you rattling.
It's because it's on my deaf ear.
Okay. This is an interesting, I was at our listening session. We had a member of the public say that it was important for the select board to take back the power of the purse as it applies to human services. And I'm sure we'll hear from Mr. Minor, but when he came to the select board to discuss, we had a little conversation about how the human service budget spending had ballooned in recent years. And I asked him if he felt that the applicants for the human service budget were being respectful of the taxpayers. And I believe, and you can tell me if you think differently, that you agreed that the applicants to the human service budget needed to keep our taxpayers in mind because we're all strapped and we don't have a blank check for human services. So if Peter's not ready to speak now, let's...
Well, I can
okay.
I can come up with something.
I'm sure you can.
And here's what I have to say. Yes, 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 and yes.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Well, no, I mean, and speaking to that, like this, I've had many conversations about the human services budget. A majority of those conversations, I would have to say 40% of those conversations have fallen into Amanda's line of thinking. And another 30% has fallen into, we need to reduce it to something. And another 30% have kind of said, but so if you budget this to be $100,000 and it doesn't pass muster, what does that do? Right? So
Yes, but if it's part of the budget,
yeah,
not a separate line item,
correct.
then the select board remains the budgetary control.
Oscar disagrees.
No, I'm just making faces.
Faces, which indicate to me that you disagree.
I don't have eyes in
That's
the back
okay.
of my head.
I mean, I think town meeting knows the ropes by now, and if they say we want to adjust it up and it's for this, that
Okay.
yeah. So
Let's hear from the public.
Yeah.
I'm going by my list first, and I'm sure there's another sheet if more people want to sign up. Ken Fay, is this your topic?
It's one of them.
Let's hear.
Thank you.
Ken Fay, District 8. I would like to point out the obvious, that this line item is called Human Services. We need a lot of those in town. We have a section of people who need help. We're changing zoning laws for it. This is part, a lot of the organizations on human services are part of One Brattleboro, which is a great idea, and from what I understand, still working really, really well. And so it's a tiny, tiny amount. Even at 2%, that on a $20 million budget is a rounding error. And yet it shows that the town is compassionate. It shows that the town is cognizant of the fact that people need help. And it's a good way of pooling the resources of the town taxpayers and helping those who need the help. Thank you.
David?
Thank you. David Miner, Chair of the town's RTM's Human Services Committee and an RTM representative for District 7. Let me first, was not sure that I would at all agree that the amount that was, approved by RTM, that I would say that should not be the amount that we go by. I can tell you that the Human Services Committee, spends a lot of time looking at the finances, looking at all aspects of the finances, and measuring what they're able to provide. One thing to remember is what we went through last year. RTM spent an inordinate amount of time looking at both the proposal that was put forward. There was an effort to cut it in half. There was an effort to cut it in half by simply taking everything that was approved and cutting that in half. There was a lot of conversation about that. Ultimately, both of those amendments were struck down, and the 2% was approved. I can't remember exactly how long it took, but that took a while. We then, after our lunch break, we came back, and at some point, got back to the amount that the board proposed. They proposed, 1.4%. Well, ultimately, over the course of that discussion, we had a proposal for 0%, 0.5%, 0.05%, 1%, 1.4, 1.7, 2%, 2.2, and 3%. And that discussion went on for a long time. And we got to the 2%. And that vote for 2% was 75 in favor and 48 opposed. So, you know, I think that Human Services, you know, committee, you know, was appointed by RTM. It's expected that we provide human services and aid and assistance up to 2% of the town's budget. And it's in this spirit and understanding that the allocation format has been used for at least the last 6 years and accepted by RTM. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm trying to guess who else would like to speak. Is there another sheet? Thank you. Neil Manders.
Hi, I'm Neil Manders, West Brattleboro, District 7. One of the reasons that I suddenly started getting involved with all of the select board meetings and everything that was going on here was that I really want to give my house to my kids. And I've got a daughter who's living in Guilford, or down here in Gill, who's earning I don't know exactly, but I'm guessing somewhere about $40,000 a year, maybe $45,000 a year. My taxes alone are over $10,000 on that house. How do I give it to her? What can I do to make it so that she can at least have a chance of getting it? And I always looked at, is there a way that we can bring this budget under control and get things to an area where I feel comfortable and not feel like I have to move out of the state? I think, first of all, I applaud Amanda for her attempts at trying to cut the budget with a significant portion of money. I think the board needs to show, and with Isaac, you seem to be concerned as to what will happen down the road at whatever town meeting happens to be created. I think you folks need to stand up and say, we're in trouble. We need to cut this budget. We need to bring it down. And if town, you want to bring it back, go ahead. But we give you our best advice, and that is that you can't afford a 7% increase in your budget. And if you can do that and act as leaders rather than worried about if we say this, will they say that, make a decision and make it solidly as you can. So I would appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Trish Twinning.
Can you see and hear me?
I think you should speak up a little bit, please.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Just a few things again that I'd like to comment, which is when you look at the human services allocations, and then you look at the efforts underway to increase payments in lieu of taxes for the nonprofits in town, which only affects those who are actually property owners. Does it not make more sense to reduce the human services budget and not look to collect the payments in lieu of taxes? Because the entire economic order is being changed as we all sit here over the course of the last 12 months or 15 months. And so it just seems to make more sense to just reduce the human services portion and not look to add taxes to the property owners within that nonprofit group in this town.
Thank you. Robin?
Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. I just wanted to remind folks that the select board last year decided to put a question on the ballot to ask people how much they wanted to be spent on human services. And the outcome of that vote, we're not just talking about the people who are elected members of RTM, but the whole town was invited to vote on this. And the majority of voters said that they wanted more than 1% of the budget to be the amount of human services spending. There was 4 categories. There was more, 2% and more, 1 to 2%, and then 0 to 1% and none. And more than half of voters voted for an amount above 1%. So when you talk about taking back the power of determining this, you all already asked for guidance from the citizens of what we wanted, and you had an answer about that. I also wanted to address a couple things as a member of the Human Services Committee. The thing that is driving up the amount that is earmarked for this is not the requests from the organizations. They are not determining how much we spend on this. The amount that we spend is determined by what is voted at RTM. The organizations that are applying for funding can ask for as much as they want. We're still not going to be able to recommend an amount that's more than what the voters of RTM have approved. So I don't think that's appropriate to put that burden on them that they're asking for too much of an amount. The reason that the amount has gone up is because the need in this town has increased. And that's what you all keep on trying to address through these zoning laws and ordinances. And this is another way of addressing those same issues that actually gets at the root problems here. So cutting it is shooting yourself in the foot for what you're trying to accomplish in the town. Thank you.
All right. The 2 people raise your hands, and then that's, oh, Dick. Dick was first.
I agree with everything I've heard from every speaker.
Great.
It's
Shocker.
All right, stop right there.
Thank you. Yeah. The reality is, I don't blame the board for what they're doing, but as Dave said and the speaker just said, I want you to put it in at 2% only because that's what RTM asked, and I don't want that shock. What I'd like to see is one of you, once the article question is read, and when you speak to it, say, I'd like to amend this to 1% and get the conversation started there. I'd rather see my taxes go down than go up at RTM. So the budget that you're proposing is really not realistic because I believe in my heart that RTM will bump this up to 2%. And I'd rather see the conversation start at 2% and work downward. And like I said, I agree with everything that's said about the tax rate, about everything that's going on. But there was a discussion and a vote last year, and I would disagree with the last speaker. There wasn't a whole lot of clarity there. Whatever way you felt, you read what the results were. So I think we would be better off as a town if we did put it in at 2% and then have the discussion and have a board member actually make the amendment. I think that would go a whole lot better and be better for the budget process, that it would look more realistic, kind of like what Isaac has been talking about, that this will be up more than 4.4%.
Frick, and then Jackie, and then that's it.
Rick Sprite, District 9 Rep. I'd like to remind some members of the board who don't seem to remember that the RTM is the final arbiter of the budget, and it is a far more democratic institution, being 140 some odd people instead of 5. We have voted for an amount. Whether I agree with it or not doesn't matter. The process was legitimate, and monkeying around with that and bringing something to town meeting that is something other than that, I think would be highly inappropriate. I know there's an attempt from some on the board to eliminate RTM or to weaken it, and I think, we've seen what happens on a national level when we have checks and balances diminished or undermined. So let's cut the crap, please.
Watch your language, Jackie.
Jackie Reese, Brattleboro, District 9 rep. So one question I have is, isn't everything that's on the budget backed up by an analysis of what that money has been spent on?
Yes.
Everything, right?
Yes.
Except for this? Do we get any feedback from the money from the people that we give this money to?
We have a list from David of the recipients but I don't believe that there's any follow-up. Isaac's raising his hand.
Yeah, so the recipients of the various organizations, they give an accounting for what they do with that money?
No.
Are we talking specifically human services?
Specifically human services, because from what I'm hearing.
Jackie, let's do this the right way, and why don't I ask David if he would like to be interrogated on that topic?
Okay.
David?
So to answer your question, we receive a very lengthy application from each applicant. Each organization that is interested in applying, they provide information about what they need, what they intend to use the money for, how they've used the money for in the past. They provide for us a complete accounting, their own accounting, as well as their 990 form. So we are able to take a look at both the ins and outs of what they're doing, how they're doing it, how well they're doing, because that's one of the questions and concerns that we have, is the viability of the organization. And so there's a lot of examination in detail that goes in. We spent from the beginning of October to a couple weeks ago reviewing the applications that we received. And so, there is a lot of detail that is looked at.
Well, so I think Jackie's question is there any feedback on the back end? And you're saying that there's a tremendous amount of work on the front end. Is that correct?
Well, what we get is, part of the application is what did they do with the money last year? And, was what we provided to them, did they use it for what they had said? And then how are they going to use it? So yes, we are looking at that.
And are those applications public?
No, we have we had the applications, and as we were going through them, we publicized each organization, which I think we had said that in September we publicized each organization we were reviewing, but we have not posted the individual applications.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, David.
Yeah, because I think that if we're going to be giving them as much money as we're proposing to give them, then the public should have feedback on what was done. And as in every other organization that we give money to, the police have to do it, the fire department has to do it, Public Works has to do it, the library has to do it. Every other organization that us taxpayers give money to, we get feedback on. We get to know what they did. And if we're interested, we can go through the details. So the applications to me is, you're telling me what you did before, but I don't have any real substantive information on it. I know everything, every penny that went to the police department, every penny went to every other department that we pay.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, so
I'd like to speak to the motion one more time before
absolutely,
if we're ready for a
we're
vote.
all going to speak to one more time, and then the five of us will vote, and then we'll take a break.
Sounds good. So I'll speak to my motion. I'm a relatively simple thinker. $100,000 equals 10 grants of $10,000 each. In my line of work in farming, that's a nice grant, and you can do work with that grant. It's a winner for the taxpayer. It's a winner for the organizations. That's 10 organizations. I mean, that's that's great. It's a great start, I will say. Would it be nice to do more? Yes, but it's a great start. It's within our means, and it's just a practical way of looking at it.
Okay. Oscar?
I think that cutting it in half, depending on where we land on other changes, that's something that I feel like I can go to a town meeting and at least with a straight face try to pitch of like, look, we had to make a bunch of really tough choices. I think cutting it to 100,000 is implausible, and you may say, you know, be decisive and say what you think. That's great, but if we walk out of town meeting with, if we walk into town meeting with a 5% tax increase and walk out with a 7% tax increase, it doesn't really matter if the end result is what affects people. And I don't know.
So you'd prefer to have 10 organizations get $25,000 each?
No,
It's if by my math.
Oscar's moment here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an oversimplification.
Like more impact with more dollars.
Or more smaller. I don't really have an opinion on how it's done. I don't particularly think that, I've heard plenty of interesting and legitimate critiques of the process, et cetera. But I guess I don't want us to take a ton of money out of our budget, say, oh, great, the tax rate is where we want it, and then fairly predictably have all that money come back in a town meeting. That would sort of feel to me like we were slipping the punch a bit. But that's all.
Isaac?
I'm concerned about I would honestly think that our town services, like the library, like the Brat team, working together have done, my understanding, have done a lot for people in our town, and I would prefer that we had more public support as a country, as a state, as a municipality. I think that we could do more to support one another. I am concerned about the idea of if we're looking at cutting the library budget, which is provide services to our community, and at the same time we are voting to fund nonprofit organizations, I think it's something that we should seriously think about. And you might be surprised to hear me saying this as the director of a nonprofit. But also, I understand that especially for small organizations, this funding actually is significant. And I've heard this. Recently as yesterday, a nonprofit director I was speaking with was talking about how this town support actually makes a difference. And so if you're talking about cutting that from $4,000 to $1,000, that's pretty drastic. And I would like for us to look to the voters and look to representative town meeting and do their will. So I'm gonna vote no on this particular motion.
Okay. So we are 2 hours and 15 minutes into a meeting. So this is where I get to sound a little bit like a broken record. I have continually said and put out there that we won't get off this Ferris wheel, this merry-go-round, whatever you want, if we don't start talking about how to create revenue. All right? We are stuck in this cut rut. And until we start to do things with economic development, John has been kind of leading the charge as best he can when not sidetracked by what I feel is busy work. And oh, by the way, every time we have these conversations, there is a cost associated to doing that research. That's just not done for free, right? I've also often said that we are up here to make decisions based on the people who voted for us, which is a fairly democratic way to do it, is my understanding. So we are up here to represent those people and also make the best decisions. We're going to be a little bit more informed than most, but that's also part of our job. I am not convinced that $100,000 wouldn't be laughed out of a town meeting or a representative town meeting. I do feel as though that would be a fairly unreasonable ask. I am more in line with Oscar's thinking of let's just sort of cut this to a number of 200 to 250,000 and see if we can get that to pass through. So I don't think I'm going to support Amanda's thing tonight, only for the very real reason that the last thing we want to do is leave that meeting with an increase in a budget.
So I applauded John Potter when he provided our draft town manager's budget and took this item and put it at 1% at $250,000 or so, and placed it within the confines of the budget. And I just want to remind the public that the Finance Committee, the RTM Finance Committee, did extensive research on this last year and found that Brattleboro was a complete outlier in its overwhelming generosity to human services, and that the average town in Vermont who provides for human services at all does so, the average is a half of 1%. And so that number would be right in line with what Amanda's proposing, and I applaud her, let's call it gumption, to propose such a sum. But I'm agreeing with Oscar that I think that we have to make this change as a select board more gradually. And so I would be inclined to keep the number as it is in the budget at 250,000, with the understanding that the good people of Brattleboro have a choice to reduce this number in recognition of the pressures on the taxpayer, and that anyone who would like can certainly give to the nonprofit of their choice voluntarily. And so I'm going to vote no, and hopefully we can default to the number that's already in the budget of 250,000.
Right. I would move to amend the motion then.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm not going to go with 250.
All right.
I'd like to amend my motion to reduce human services funding to 200,000.
Okay.
When I look at the things that our town vitally needs, money for retaining walls, bicycle infrastructure, roads, all of these capital things, a CBA contingency for staff levels. Like, there are some expenditures we are not going to be able to get away from and keep our town afloat. So a $50,000 compromise, I think that's, that would be great. So I'm amending it to $200,000 for human services funding.
Okay.
Can I make just a request that how would you feel about just putting a pin in this until we have the cost side of the discussion? Because
there it is again.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
it sounds like
no. I'm getting a lot
fine.
of. I hear Peter, which is like,
Fine.
just vote,
Oh,
just
we
vote.
got
If it
it.
votes down,
That's
it
fine
votes
with me.
down. If it's good, whatever. So 200.
Can I get a 225?
Well, you could move to amend the motion to 225 after I. So
Okay. So Amanda, you are clarifying and revising your motion. You want to state your motion, and I'll
Yes.
restate it, and we'll vote.
So
Unless anyone has on this board.
I
wants to
move to I move to put human services funding at $200,000 for our 2027 fiscal year budget.
Great. Amanda has made a motion to reduce human service spending to $200,000 total.
It's for a savings of $50,000 in the
Saving
budget.
$50,000 in the 2027 budget. All select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm sensing a pattern. Does anyone propose another motion regarding human services that is different from what is in the draft budget?
Madam Chair, it would be helpful for the minutes if we could have the number of
I'm sorry.
noes.
All those in favor, not in favor of Amanda's motion, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay, that,
nay.
that's 4, Amanda, 2, Amanda's 1. Now, is there anyone on the select board who would like to suggest another motion regarding human services that differs from the amount in the draft budget?
No.
Anyone? Then I believe that matter is closed, and we will take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Let's call this meeting back to order because we're having so much fun. Seth, how are we doing on sign-up sheets? You're the best. Okay, great, great. What I'd like to discuss next is item 8. Is there someone on the select board who would like to discuss and advocate for reducing town clerk capacity and limit public hours?
Not me.
I would like to talk against it.
Is there anyone who'd like to talk for it?
No.
All right then. Hillary, you're good.
Thank you. Love you, Hillary.
I will
Love it.
cross that out, and we will now discuss the items on the lower half of the list, starting at 13?
Mm-hmm.
Of adding elements to the budget rather than cutting them. So I'm going to go ahead and cut out the ones that we've already discussed because that just makes me feel better. And we're going to start with number 13. Does someone from the select board want to advocate for item 13, which is backfill fire capital spending needed in FY26 for HVAC top unit?
Yes.
Okay. Oscar.
Oh, we spent it out of the fire engine fund and we need to put it back. That's my proposal.
Well put, I'm with Oscar.
Here, here.
Amanda?
Agreed.
John, would you like to discuss it at all?
No, I think we should vote on it.
Let's make some progress here.
But I want to reserve just the concept
Inches from a clean getaway.
Yeah, this will be really quick. Just that as we go through this list, it's going to get less.
Dicey.
It's going to get dicey. And so I just want to reserve our ability to look at it as a whole thing, and because at the end we're going to have to try and put all the pieces together to something we can accept.
Yep.
So not like, yeah,
Yes.
that's all.
And what I'm anticipating is where we are now is giving information to the town manager, for the town manager to come up with a budget next week that we will vote on.
Right.
Okay. So all select board members, let's see, Oscar, do you want to frame number 13 in the form of a motion, and then I'll repeat it?
Sure. I move that we add $44,000 to the budget to backfill fire capital spending needed in FY26 for HVAC top unit.
Great. Oscar has made a motion to add $44,000 to backfill fire capital spending needed in FY26 for HVAC top unit. Are there members of the public who would like to speak to this item? A glorious deafening silence. So, all select board members in favor of this amendment or motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right, that's 5-0. Next, I can cross out 15? Oh,
14.
can I cross
14.
out 15?
15 you've not discussed.
Okay, but it's still relevant.
Yep, you can do it now.
Okay. Shall we do that now?
Sure.
Or should we talk about all the bag items together?
This is a little different.
This one's a little different. John, do you want to speak to it?
Sure. My understanding was that a board member was interested in adjusting the solid waste revenue assumption that was made in the budget back in August, September. This would reduce it by 10% to take into account the increased cost of bags, the way you have it right now, which you will be revisiting later in this meeting.
You know what, John? I don't know what to do with that. Because we're talking about it numerous times. But is there someone on the select board who wants to advocate for this addition to the budget?
Oh, I'd love to not do it. I'd love to not add this money back in. How confident do we feel as a town on that revenue estimate? Because last I remember of it, it was sales remaining flat, even though the cost is going way up. So that's where the concern comes from, that we may be being really optimistic.
Do we want to interrogate Pete as to the realism of his numbers?
Yep, I know he went over this with you when we made the decision, but maybe a quick review of it would be helpful.
Yeah, and while Pete's getting up, I will say I've had a lot of anecdotal information that people have been heavily buying bags once they became notified that the price would go up. My assumption would be definitely in our first, possibly second quarter, that we are not going to see the revenue that we may.
Pete, you want to discuss your calculations and how you came to them? And
Sure. So back a couple months ago when you talked about trash bags and we increased the price per bag from $2 and $3 to $4.50 and $6.75. If we use the number of bags that have been purchased over the last calendar year, the previous calendar year, and multiply that by what the increase is in bags, it comes out to about $605,000. The number in your budget is about $635 currently, and the remaining money accounts for things like if we do cart sales of some sort for composting, if we elect to have larger carts from 64 to 96, for instance, is there a difference in the amount of money that would be charged to somebody that would like a 96 instead of a 64? Those are the revenue streams that would cover that remaining amount of money.
So my concern is less with the gap and more just it sounds like our projection is based on bag sales remaining at 100% of what they were the last year. And I'm a little worried that with the price going up so much, people may just do other things and we could see a substantial difference in that number. And I'm nervous about that.
May I make a suggestion that you table this until you have the discussion about bag prices? Because if you change the prices of bags, it will change the revenue amount as well. And I wonder if that would go away as a result of the bag conversation.
So if I can just.
Which bag conversation? There's so
Yeah,
many.
there's a few bag, oh, it's in the bag. So, and forgive me, I'm trying to remember this. So with the increased cost of bags, it's gonna raise X, right? Which is going to be higher than what it did the previous year, correct? And that's the number that we need to float. Okay. I too don't agree. I don't think we're gonna hit that number. That's my concern. But if, because I think we will see a downturn, I think it will eventually, it will rise. If you have a $2 bag and it's now a $5 bag, you don't really need to sell 100% of them just to make what you did the previous year. You only need to sell half the amount, right? Because the bags are
Oh my God, you're
double,
a genius.
right? So, you know, I think we will see a little bit of a dip. I've heard this anecdotal information that people are running out and hoarding bags now, that they're the new street currency. But I can tell you I haven't had a problem getting bags. So I don't know how much of a run on them that there is. So that's just my anecdotal information. So tabling it until we have the price of the bag conversation, I think, from the guy who is in the trenches with this thing, I think is sound advice.
Okay, everybody good?
Yes.
Thank you, Pete.
Thanks, Pete.
And we'll table your comment as well. All right, what's next? Number 16, fund a finance director position. Is there a member of the select board who would like to advocate for that item?
I would.
Very good.
I have heard from Brattleboro residents across the political spectrum, people who want to have like a 0% increase in our budget, people who want to cut police, cut fire, cut library, people all over who keep on saying, we need a finance director. The board has voted repeatedly for fiscal responsibility and fiscal health. April 15th, we had I made 3 motions, and 2 of them were about financial planning. And we've taken steps towards that, but there's still more to do. We've cobbled together a solution. I applaud the town manager for having assembled excellent resources for that. And we still have this missing position. So I'm not for creating new positions, but I am for restoring this position in this budget. And I think it's one of those things that will pay off in the long run by helping us get more information. So there's somebody whose door you can knock on and walk into their office, find out about spending. And for the concerns that have been expressed in our community at representative town meeting the last time around, the fact that we had to have 2 representative town meetings. I mean, some of these things I think could be supported by having a finance director. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interrogate the town manager because, after all, he's the one who knows the nitty-gritty on this subject. John?
What would you like to know?
I would like to know whether you think that it would be beneficial for the town for us to add this amount of money to the budget so that we can hire a finance director rather than using the services of a financial director consultant.
It would be helpful to have this position. I can't speak to the value for you all, if that's really a policy call. But I think that with this funding, we could find somebody good and be on a much more stable footing, as Isaac was saying. I mean, we are doing the best we can, and I think it's good. But to build to build somebody that can have the skills and get to know the town and be a sound resource for us for the next 5 or 10 years, I think would be a good goal, whether you can do it in this budget or perhaps in next year's budget.
Oh, that's great. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank and commend you for all the work that you're doing without a town manager and with the consultant finance director. I know it's hard, and you've done a great job.
Thank you.
So, anyone else want to comment on Isaac's? You want to make a motion, Isaac, and then we can all talk about it? And
I move that this budget restore the financial director position with the funding as outlined in this of
Attachment D.
Attachment D.
Great. Okay. Isaac has moved to fund a finance director position in accordance with the chart presented as attachment D. Other members of the select board wish to speak about it? Oscar?
Thank you. I'm a little leery of doing this just motion by motion, just because it's going to continue to get rough as we go down this list, and we may want to revisit earlier decisions. This is one of 3 things on this list that I absolutely want us to do, but am willing to skip this year in favor of other things on this list. I'm happy to be talked into it, but it's another, it's 86 grand, so it's another 0.4 on the tax rate and the tax increase, and every single one of those is going to add up. And by the time we get to the end of this list, we are going to be at a high number, and that is going to be very unhappy for us.
Yeah.
So let me help you.
Yeah.
I don't think $86,000 is enough to hire.
Well, no,
somebody
this
here.
is a supplemental to the consulting fee,
So, okay.
annual fee.
So are you saying it's 144,000 plus, or 140,000 plus that 86 is what we would offer? What we're paying, but
Yeah, we would obviously try to do it for less if we can.
Yeah.
But this is the ballpark of what we think is going to be necessary. So,
and some of that is recruitment and other
training and
costs.
everything else. Yep.
All right, so that's
And, the overlap of
Yeah.
existing and
plus
So what would the overall salary then be?
86, approximately 200.
they're all out there listening. I don't think we should tell them.
I agree. Well,
So if we take what we pay Bonnie and then add
I
this.
can't remember exactly what the number we were using off this, but we felt like it was competitive. I think it
If you
was
feel it was competitive,
around.
that's good enough for me.
I think it might have been 130. So.
All right, because as I just,
Got it.
I did a quick search to get anybody to, I think, just return the call. The average range seems to be between 120 and 127.
Okay.
Woodstock, according to this, again, this is just a silly Google search, is in that range. They're a town of 2,500 to 3,000 people.
2,500.
Was it? Oh, you didn't say anything, sorry. I'm sorry?
It's a
Yeah.
very lovely town.
Very well.
Should we make a motion that Woodstock is a very lovely town?
All right.
Yes. Okay, so.
So are we still discussing the motion?
Please.
Yeah, so, I mean, if we look to the bottom of the list and the infrastructure, some of the infrastructure costs that we would kick ourselves if we did not contribute to this year, like the capital improvements for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles. If we have to adjust those numbers, fine. But we just, we're looking at now, if we do the infrastructure improvements, at a 7.8% tax increase with the new finance director.
Mhm.
So Just, and if
Well,
we
on
can, if
those-
we're not going to compromise on the human services funding, so we are cranking it up. We're cranking it up.
Yep.
And, that sort of like capital expenditure thing is really not honest budgeting. Like really those capital expenditures need to be in our budget so we know what our rate of tax increase is going to be.
Right.
Well,
the capital expenditures in the proposed budget were capital items for whatever form of town meeting we have, which is commonly done, the sidewalk plow.
And I
et
sort of
cetera.
have a motion queued up.
You
for-
do?
For those two items, yeah.
Okay.
For the capital expenditure.
So it's a tricky thing to be talking about item by item when people really might have a broader perspective. I don't know how to get there other than having some sort of a slate, but I think we need to talk about each item.
Yeah. Well, do you mind if I just lay out
Your
what
vision.
and then we can all...
Sure, go right ahead.
So I think it's pretty simple. My vision is that we need to bring back in, just in a sort of necessary funding and et cetera, 13, 17, 22, 24.
Wait.
Yes.
You're going to have to go much slower.
I'll go much
so
slower.
line items.
Yes, so the numbers in the first column, 13, 17, 22, 24, and 25.
Mhm.
And then the three things that I would love to do, but am happy to regard as, not happy, but willing to regard as necessary corner cutting this year and not do are 16, 19, and 21.
16, 19, and 21.
And I hope, are people able to follow along when I say the numbers? No, okay.
I am, but maybe you should just do that one more time because
Sure.
I have another page. I have
Yeah.
a clean sheet here
Yes.
that I can put
Are,
your name on.
are
the
people getting this chart at home, Seth? They are? Okay, so.
Okay. Oscar, just repeat
Pull
that
your chair
again.
up if you need to get closer.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll say it one more time with the descriptions. So 13 is the HVAC top unit, 44,000, which we talked about. 17 is 100,000 for capital budgeting for fire trucks. 22 is 205,000 for capital spending for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles. 24 is 230,000 for the CBA contingency. And 25 is 250,000 in EMS reimbursement adjustment, making that number lower. And then the three things I'm saying I'd love to do but am willing to skip this year are finance director, assistant town manager, and the sidewalk capital spending.
What numbers are they?
Those are 16, 19, and 21.
16, 19.
And is the public aware of what a CBA contingency is? It's the collective bargaining agreement because we are currently in the midst of labor negotiations, and so we don't exactly know what those numbers are.
So if I did my math right, that's plus $829,000. Those five things that I want to put in. And I'm happy to be talked out of any of the five. And then when we're done with that, we need to figure out where we go from there.
Let's, this is helpful.
Mhm.
What I think what we should do, if we want to pursue that, is ask for the fire chief to come up to speak about 17. Jay?
He's coming. He's coming.
And maybe Oscar should make that as a motion. Or do you want to hear it first?
Thanks, Chief.
Welcome. Thanks for inviting me.
You're
I
being
think.
interrogated on the increased capital improvement spending for fire department vehicles of $100,000. And the question is, you didn't ask for this.
Yes,
Tell
I
us about it. Or you did, or you didn't. Tell us about it.
So part of that is when we took out of capital to buy Cartou's vehicle that was $75,000, we kind of built that into the new project. So we redid our capital plan, and without isolating that, we just built it into the capital plan. Then throughout department head meetings and working with John, we started looking at ways to cut, and I cut some of that out between myself and the town manager. Now, where we stand right now is with the projected capital plan for fire trucks that I have built. In 2028, we'll have $1,168,131. That's enough to purchase that fire truck. Then in 2032, if we spend all that money, which we shouldn't, the fire truck should come in under that. Again, a lot of shoulds because we can't project pricing. In 2032, we'll have $998,225 to purchase the next fire truck. Again, that'll be a little bit tighter, but we should be able to do it. The next fire truck purchase is 2038, and at that time in our capital plan, we'll have $1,573,000, which is good for that year. However, the ladder truck then comes due the next year, which is in 2038. When I built the capital plan, I increased each of those capital lines by 1% every year. Just with inflation costs, increase the fire truck costs, all those items to help have an accurate kind of plan for that to roll out. So where we start to fall short is in 2041 or 2039 when we go to purchase a new ladder truck right behind a fire engine. So I guess we could go without the 100,000 this fiscal year, but eventually we are going to have to make up that gap.
So Jay, or Chief, I would suggest that this would be the perfect item to table.
We could table it.
In what? You mean to leave out of the budget?
Leave out of the budget.
So if we leave it out of the budget, you're saying we won't feel the effects until 2041.
Yeah, 2039 is when
And I'm
you go
sure,
to
Oscar,
replace the ladder
you
truck.
will be on the select board then.
I'm
but
sure
not
we'll
sure.
all be on the select board then.
Don't be so sure.
This meeting might still be going on.
I mean,
The Twilight Zone moment.
I don't like kicking cans down the road, but if we're kicking it, I can't even imagine what the world in 2039 is going to look like. I am willing to consider that if we're fine for the next two trucks.
So the next three trucks, we would have enough capital to make those purchases, barring any significant events,
Great.
that occur.
So Oscar, thank you, Jay.
You're welcome.
Stick around. There might be another
Okay, I'll
question.
stick around.
Are you willing to amend your slate?
I think so, unless there's outcry from the public in some way. Which,
All right. Well, let's just hold the slate as because no one has weighed in on the slate except
I know,
for you.
I know.
So that is
I'm open to that.
the HVAC.
Which we already decided about.
Yeah.
The retaining walls, the CBA, and the EMS. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. How do my colleagues feel about those 4 items?
So,
Yeah.
thank you. One of the things that I was going to do tonight was to make a motion on specifically 22 and put that to an Australian ballot vote.
At town meeting.
At town meeting.
Not Australian. An article.
Article vote, sorry.
Just, you want to say what 22 is?
Oh, yeah. 22 is to increase the capital improvement spending for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles to the tune of $205,000.
And I like that idea as well, because I think that it's the type of thing, the type of spending that traditionally town meeting has addressed.
Right.
How do
So-
my colleagues feel about that? Jay, I'm going to let you go with my thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
But I reserve the right to call you back.
I will be standing by.
Okay. Comment on Peter's comment.
Well, my comment is that what might look like a tax reduction, if it gets voted, if the town votes to do it, will actually become a tax increase. So, going back to the beginning of the meeting, when Peter, you said, let's not kick the can down the road. Let's actually make a decision. I think that's why we're at this table. If the amount is excessive and we can't pay for it, we can adjust the number. We can ask John to move the number around, but it's important to budget for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles if we're committed to doing that.
True.
So.
I don't feel that this is as eminent
Yeah,
as trash removal.
I feel it's discretionary, and that's why it's open to the meeting that we have. For example, RTM voted it was asked to vote on a sidewalk plow and actually voted for 2.
But this word retaining walls is, I think, critically important. I think it'd be nice to bring Dan up to ask about it. I mean, that's a unique feature of our town, and we're dealing with an enormous issue on.
Dan's here. Dan Tyler's being interrogated.
By the,
Come on down.
on
Like the worst game show ever.
And if you have a hard-boiled egg in your pocket, you're really. Depends on who votes for RTM versus open town meeting versus Australian ballot. Dan, thank you for joining us. Amanda is interrogating you to discuss the item known as 22, increased capital improvement spending for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles.
Yeah.
You want to know?
Well, I want to know about retaining walls. I mean, I drive by the project behind the Vermont Country Deli daily. That's become a larger project over time, more expense, more equipment. We have a lot of them in our town, and how much should we be budgeting on an annual basis to make sure we don't have any sort of catastrophic?
Yeah, they range greatly. We have about 55 town-owned retaining walls of various sizes and locations and materials, and some are more challenging than others, some are in better shape than others. That William Street project was pretty unique on that large embankment. The traffic pattern and the design, that's a $500,000 retaining wall approximately, and it's 38 feet long. So very expensive. We're currently in the final design stages of the Church Street retaining wall adjacent to the firehouse. That one, if you were to walk like towards the door to the stairs of the firehouse and look at that wall, the top of the wall is about 30 inches out from the bottom. Preliminary estimates put that one a little over $100,000 to replace or repair. As we hone in, maybe that number comes down a little, maybe it goes up, and then there's always the unforeseen when you go to construct it. So I think the last one we repaired was on the Whetstone walkway right where the bridge crosses. That retaining wall failed. That was a $125,000 retaining wall. So, I think this number is in the ballpark. Maybe it doesn't fund the wall completely, but, maybe this, with the current funding, allows us to move forward on Church Street and get a jump on a design for the next one. There's definitely a lot of them that aren't in very good shape.
Are not in good shape.
Grant funding's not as favorable for retaining walls. we have better chances with the bridges and large culverts to secure funding.
Oscar?
When you say with the current funding, do you mean with this number or with this number out?
FY26. So we have some capital funding that we've allocated towards that wall, but it's not going to complete it.
And I guess really my real question is, are we comfortable if this money here, this 205,000, doesn't happen this year? If it is left out of the budget?
It would likely prevent us from moving forward on that wall. It's still standing and it's concerning, but that's one that if it fails, there's other implications with the firehouse right adjacent.
Could we shave the number down to something less and still?
I bet you it
be
has been
okay?
shaved.
Potentially. I mean, I think we'd have to look at that a little closer.
But this is a conservative estimate, you're saying,
Yeah.
and a fair estimate for the necessary
I think so,
infrastructure repairs.
Yeah,
Yep.
Peter, do you have questions?
I do. So let's say I make a motion to let representative town meeting / town meeting make this decision on an article. How does that impact your timeline of completing this work?
It may push it out a season, that wall. We may still find a contractor, but we found like this year with the later town meeting that by the time everything was approved, people were busy and it was harder to secure contractors. So, I think we'd still pursue it, but it might result in it getting pushed out a season.
But it's not really, we're voting on the budget, and if we vote on this article, it's the same difference, right? It's the same timeline.
Same timeline.
Yeah.
But if we know, yeah.
If you don't, you don't. But,
Right.
My point is that the town budget and capital items as articles are commonly done and separated out in this fashion for whatever meeting members we have to vote on. John, would you agree?
Yeah. The overall capital budget, we increased that in this proposed budget by 30%. It's way up. We thought this additional 30%, another 400,000 for sidewalks, retaining walls, and that really, it seemed like such a big jump that maybe that's what we should ask the town meeting about. I don't know if they would support it or not. That's why it wasn't in this budget. And I think if we knew at town meeting whether the town wants to fund this or not, that would give us plenty of time to address these retaining walls. And if not, we would take the risk and try to put it in for next year.
Mm-hmm. Oscar?
This feels like one where if any of us or Dan or John was asked at town meeting about it, we'd kind of have to say that it's important money that we really have a need for, and it would be kind of bad if town meeting didn't fund it, which to me rolls up into something that we should probably just put in the budget. So that's where I'm.
But I think, Oscar, we need to think about what's commonly put before the articles in town meeting. And often it's a capital thing that people want to weigh in, like the roof of the police station parking lot. And, as I said, the sidewalk plow, and there must be others that I can't think of, but I bet you Dan can. Capital items are typically weighed in so that what we're presenting is the general fund budget that's lean.
Yeah, I think you make some really good points, Liz. When it comes to something like retaining walls, climate change, excessive water incidents, say that Church Street collapsed. I mean, just the repairs and the cost of that would likely, am I right, exceed doing preventive maintenance.
Yes.
And it's honest budgeting. It's like, this is a need we have, we need to budget for it, and we move on.
And so I look at it as like the base budget, an article for capital, and beyond that would be something big like a bonding article. But we're not asking for that. We're not going that far. We're just saying, town weigh in on this extra thing.
I mean, I will say too that if we included this maintenance thing, but we excluded the Casella contract, we could keep our tax rate at 4.7 versus, where are we at right now? 7.1.
Well,
So no. Oh, whoop.
we're not,
4.6.
you know,
We're at 8.1.
we're not
So
down to brass tacks like that. So we're
5.7.
just asking, any more questions for Dan Tyler regarding the retaining wall, bicycles, and bridges?
Not for Dan, I just want to quickly say that I think your points about things like this having been done before at town meeting are well taken. To me, this still feels a little more in the regular upkeep thing than a project or a big purchase. So I'm still not sure, but I think you've made fair points.
Okay, so thank you, Dan. How are we on? Oscar has a slate. Peter has suggested an amendment for item 22. So now we are at, could we agree on something like 13, 24, 25, and hold 22 for a capital article? Is that where we are?
I don't think so.
Tell us why.
We have said multiple times that we're going to prioritize fiscal responsibility. Last spring, last summer, we had a 5-0 vote last April that we're going to get a capital replacement plan, for 25 years. If we really are going to be fiscally responsible, neglect is not fiscal responsibility. Neglecting our bridges, our roads, our sidewalks, retaining walls, that is not fiscal responsibility.
I don't see the word neglect in here anywhere.
Well, this is money that we need, that we're saying, oh, we don't want to make a decision on this, and we're going to let representative town meeting take care of the maintenance costs. I don't see that as being right.
I don't consider capital improvement spending to be maintenance. And we're only asking town meeting to weigh in on what town meeting generally weighs in on.
I'll weigh in too. So Isaac, you did mention sidewalks, but that isn't on Oscar's list.
Thanks for the clarification.
If there were to be an item brought to, you can tell I live in the country. If there was going to be an item that was brought to town meeting, I would say the sidewalk item, but to maintain the retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles.
And my preference, having thought about it for 90 seconds, is not to do the town meeting article, not to do the sidewalks, and to put in the retaining walls, bridges, etc. Yeah.
And that means, and the public can weigh in, but that means that there's what we're going to have, whatever type of meeting that we have, it's going to be pretty short because it's going to be really the budget up or down because there are there articles being proposed, John?
For these?
For town meeting.
Yes.
And
Yes, we'll bring those to you at your January 20th meeting.
Mm-hmm. But are there any significant budgetary items?
No, not other than normal.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, so do we want to vote on, let's call it the Oscar Peter, let's talk about the Oscar slate, we could vote on, let's see, 13.
We already did 13.
We kinda
We already did
did
13.
13.
Okay, so I'm a little confused.
It would be
I
skipping.
think Oscar just put 13 in as a thing saying that we need
Right.
to.
Oh, okay.
So
So at
maybe
the
we just
moment,
reform the slate.
yeah, I think based on the conversation we just had, it's provisionally skipping 17 based on Jay's presentation, and it would be 22, 24, and 25, which is retaining walls, CBA contingency, and EMS reimbursement.
Okay. I would like to vote on, what was it? What was the first one, Oscar?
Oh, God.
22, increase
22,
capital improvement
24,
The one
25.
we're discussing right now.
Okay, so I would like to vote on 24 and 25 as a
Sure.
tiny slate, and then we'll have a separate vote on 22 as to whether it's an article or not.
Is it possible that Isaac has a motion on the table about a finance director, or did I imagine that? Let's say I imagined it.
No, I did suggest that.
And we
you
haven't
said you
voted on
you
it.
wanted to have a
Yeah.
bigger discussion and then a slate.
I just
and-
remembered. So.
we can take whatever order
I
Okay.
the
apologize.
chair would like
We'll
to
get
do.
to it. Trust me, we'll get to
No
it.
worries.
Okay, let's have a vote on 24 and 25. I don't think that the public
Should withdraw.
Did I
knows.
actually make a motion?
I don't know if you did.
I don't
Just
think that the
withdraw.
public knows or we haven't had any discussion on 24 and 25.
All right, so your suggestion, I'll make the motion that we accept these into the budget.
Actually, no, I think what makes the most sense is we vote on 22 in the base budget or an article, and then we can discuss 24 and 25 because we haven't discussed it, and perhaps the public is not aware of what they are.
Great.
Which leads me to you and your motion/idea that you could make about 22.
About 22. So
I do believe that I did make the motion
Okay.
about the finance director, and John said it would be worthwhile withdrawing that. That doesn't preclude me from making that
Asking
in a
it
few
again.
minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'll
Absolutely.
withdraw my motion
Great.
so that we can consider this
Thank you,
other
Isaac.
issue.
Thank you. Okay, Peter.
which seems close.
Fine.
All right.
Peter,
Yeah.
make your motion.
I just came up with some language that I moved to that the town authorize an increase to the capital improvement program in the amount of $205,000 to be allocated for retaining walls, bridges, bike infrastructure, and this to be submitted to the voters at town meeting, representative town meeting, whatever it is,
Okay.
for approval.
Great. I'd love to say what he just said, but I'm required to repeat it. So Peter has made a motion to increase capital improvement spending for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles by $205,000 and to have this item before the town meeting voters as an article for funding.
That
Okay.
works too.
So just to clarify, also, I know this is messy. It's really hard to build a budget with 5 people in an open meeting setting live like this, so I hope you will bear with us.
Yeah.
Do you want
they're
to-
with us so far. I think.
Yeah. Do you want to add it to the budget and have town meeting weigh in on it, or do you want John to come back with it in the budget, or do you want to leave it out and have it brought as an article, as an add-on?
I think my idea was to let the town vote for it
Okay.
and not have it presented in the budget. And if the town wanted to put it in the budget and saw it as necessary, that was my idea, with the timing sort of being roughly the same.
Yep.
And removing it from, us having to defend it and letting people vote on it themselves.
Okay, so we're going to
I don't think she heard you, Dick.
open this up to the public.
Point of order.
Yeah, I'm going to open this up to the public, so your point of order, speak to it.
I have an opinion on that, but just what just transpired.
Microphone. But he's not a member.
I'm being told that you're not a member and you can't make a point of order, but you certainly may speak to this issue. Come to the mic.
Well, in the discussion, there was 3 board members that wanted this included in the budget, in the discussion. And then you just asked Peter to make a motion. I would have thought that the discussion with the board to have 3 members in support of putting it in the budget didn't warrant a article question from Peter. That's all.
I think Peter's free to make a motion.
And, there was actually, I think we were all over the place.
Yeah.
We are a little bit over.
So,
we need to get this dialogue here.
Are there members of the public who wish to speak on Peter's motion? I see 2. I see Kate and Gemma and Ivan and Dick. So let's start with Kate.
Hi, Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I just want to clarify one thing, and I'm a total geek, and I have all the couple town reports from the last RTMs. When we've done this before, it's because we're transferring money out of the unassigned fund balance. So these kind of things were not for being paid for by the property tax. So what your folks are doing is you may make a potential add to the property tax. So it's different than what we've done before when you're doing the sidewalks repairs. It's a transfer from the unassigned fund balance to spend the money. So there's a difference what you're asking people to decide. So I do not like this idea because I don't think it's honest budgeting. And I'm going to ask a question. I know I'm probably going to be gonged out of order, but we have a special projects fund that is the money that was formerly known as ARPA, and there's over $1 million in that fund. So I'm just wondering if some of the things you're talking about can be used, that money can be used for it. It's never spoken of, this special projects fund. And it was the projects that were approved to be used for the special projects fund were approved by a select board, like 2 select boards ago, years ago. So I hope that you folks ask about the special project fund because there's bike money in there and all of this stuff that perhaps we don't need to be putting in this budget.
Gemma?
My back is hurting a little bit from bending over, but I would like to request that the select board break out the bicycle infrastructure funding from the sidewalk repair, bridges, and retaining walls. These things are items of completely different kinds. And we're talking about amounts that are in order of magnitude in difference. We're talking about $200,000 here versus $5,000. That's, if I'm reading this correctly, or possibly $20,000 that was proposed in the budget. There's no clear answer to how this number of 205 has been arrived at, since the numbers do not add up precisely between the department FY27 and the town manager FY27 numbers here, if all 3 of those are added up. Also, I would like to point out that the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend to the town that we install 25 new bicycle racks in the immediate downtown area. As just a rough estimate of the cost involved in that, we figured that even if they cost $500 total to acquire and install, that was a total of about $12,500 to install 25 racks. And it's unclear out of this $205,000 how much you actually intend to allocate towards bicycle infrastructure. Bicycle infrastructure is extremely inexpensive compared to the benefit that it provides to a town. I don't think that people can really imagine how spending $12,500 will provide benefits to this town that are worth much, much more to the people of this town than $12,500. The average person in America spends about $10,000 to $12,000 a year owning and operating a motor vehicle. That $12,500 could potentially allow hundreds more people to use bicycles for daily transportation in this town. That would put money into the pockets of the people in this town that make a real difference to their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else? Ivan.
Ivan Hennessy, Brattleboro, Vermont. I may have misunderstood some of the conversation here, but I want to speak sort of more broadly about the capital funds and to plead that none of them get a zero contribution, or if it's set before the town meeting, whatever form that takes, that they don't have the option to fund it for zero. Put something in each one and, offer up an article for the town meeting to fund it the rest of the way if that's what you want to do. But putting zero in these funds is disastrous. There needs to be some effort every single budget cycle. 2039 feels like it's so far away, but that money can't do anything if it's not there.
Thank you.
Ivan, just to respond quickly with an example, I agree with you. The cut to the fire engine was $20,000 a piece out of $100,000. So this would be a case where we'd still be putting, I think, $80,000 towards each of the 5 fire trucks. So I think in very few, if any of these cases, are we, even if we say no to the number in our packet, are we putting something to zero? So I hope that's...
Dick.
Thank you. Gemma, you are a tall glass of water. I believe that this money does belong in the budget. I think it's a dangerous precedent when we start taking these smaller amounts and making them article questions. I do feel if it was an article question, it most likely would pass. But there again, there goes that budget up. And what I talked about before about, not that I support the human service funding at 2%, but I want to know realistically what we're going to get when we go to town meeting. And so I'd rather have that number included, but I'm a believer that this is part of the maintenance of the town that we need to keep up. And if we don't do it now, there's a potential that it'll cost us a little bit more in the long run. So I guess if this is a vote, I hope you defeat Peter's motion and just add it to the budget.
Who's that online?
Alice.
Hi, Alice.
Hi. Okay, hold on. Hi. Alice Charks, Brattleboro. I'm speaking, God, I'm speaking in reference to a small budget item also. When we're talking about sidewalks, we're talking about pedestrian safety in our town. Our sidewalks, as Dan Tyler could certainly corroborate, are in terrible condition and need a lot of work. And $200,000 for sidewalks is very little sidewalk. But another thing that the Traffic Safety Committee has recommended is 2 more flashing beacons to help pedestrians cross in our town. The cost of that would only be about $15,000 to $20,000, including installation. And I would like to make a statement in support of us having the money to do that for this next year, and also continuing with our sidewalk improvements. Thank you.
Alice, I asked Sue Fillion about, because she sent me an email about that, and why don't we interrogate Sue, because she took the trouble to be here all night. So, Alice is talking about the
RFBs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you comment on the question that I asked you today? There is one, and one can be available, blah, 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 at the
Well, no,
state.
so we have currently one RFB in our possession. It's slated to go in at Greenleaf Street at some point this summer. You know, we don't have any more funding for any other RFBs. It was removed from the FY26 budget, and it's not in the FY27 budget. You know, we're still talking with the state about their paving project. We will ask if maybe they can put one in for us. Don't know if they'll be able to. If they are, then we'll free up one. But that's.
And are there grants from the state for such a thing?
There is currently a grant out now that we're aware of for some small, you know, pedestrian improvements or to make it safer for bicyclists and pedestrians. That if we have specific locations that we could probably put in for. But.
Thank you. You want a quick?
I wanted to add something that I forgot to say.
I'm going to give you a minute.
I don't even need that long. Again, Gemma Seymour, District 8, Brattleboro Planning Commission. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is that if we really do need to save money in this area of retaining wall, bridge, and sidewalk repairs, I think it would be really helpful for us to triage these problems and attack the ones that need repair the absolute most and figure out if we can put off any of these repairs until another year. Thanks.
I'm sure that's what our DPW is doing and does every day.
So I'm hearing a couple nuanced things that are coming up. One is Gemma's request to separate the bicycle funding, and two, if that's possible for town staff to make it a little more clear what the pockets of money are going to, so that we can make an informed decision, depending on whether it's a warning or it's a, we're just putting it in the budget.
Sean, do you want to?
Yes, I can. The department proposal was $20,000 for bicycle funding in the capital budget, and I believe that was consistent with prior years. The amount that's in the draft proposed budget is $5,000. So in this 205 is the 15,000 difference built back into a potential article at town meeting.
And what are the
others?
The others.
The others are 110,000 for both retaining walls and for bridges and large culverts was the department request, 110,000 for each. And I believe there is 15,000 currently in the proposed budget. So that the difference would be that other 190,000
plus the
that
15
would be in the 205, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right, we've heard from everybody. Is the select board ready to vote on Peter's motion?
Which is to put it in the warning, right?
To put it in the as an article?
Right.
Yeah, in the morning.
Okay. Yes.
Is everybody ready? All right, Peter has made a motion to increase the capital improvement spending for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles by $205,000, and this item would be warned as an article for town meeting action. All select board members in favor of this motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All select board members not in favor of this motion, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay. Nay.
Okay. So now we're back to Oscar's slate, which is 22, 24, and 25?
Sure.
Okay. Do we need to explain what CBA contingency is? John, why don't you tell us just what CBA contingency is?
Sure. We're so back in November, when we put together the numbers for this budget, we had started collective bargaining negotiations with 3 of the unions, and now we have also started negotiations with the 4th union, so we're in active negotiations with all 4 unions. We're thinking that having the proposal here is to have some sort of contingency for changes that might result as a result of the negotiations, where we would potentially need to increase the budget in order to cover the costs of what is agreed to on by the select board and the unions.
Okay, everybody clear on that? Do we need to discuss 25?
I had one question about the CBA contingency. How was that number formed? Was that based on the number of employees?
No, it was an educated guess based on where negotiations are at this point. But we could be higher, we could be lower.
Okay, so it could go either way. At least there's something that's going to cushion better than nothing.
Exactly.
I think it's more than a placeholder. An educated guess. Okay, so, Oscar, you want to make a motion?
Sure.
And then we'll open it up to the public.
Okay. I move to add to the FY27 budget, increase capital improvement spending for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles, CBA contingency, and EMS reimbursement adjustment.
Okay. Who from the public would like to speak to that motion and set of items?
Wow.
Dick?
Madam Chairwoman, may I talk about something that was excluded in his proposal?
Probably not. We'll have a separate category for exclusions, I suppose.
Thank you.
Okay.
What were the items again?
Does anyone, let's see, we're talking about, if you're following along on the chart, we're talking about number 22, increased capital improvement spending for retaining walls, bridges, and bicycles. Number 24, hold collective bargaining contingency. And 25, EMS reimbursement adjusted to use a more conservative estimate. Anyone online? Anyone in the office, in the room? Okay. All select board members who would wish to talk about this before we vote, please let me know.
I think we've talked about it enough. Let's just go right to a vote
All
if
right.
we could.
All right. All select board members in favor of Oscar's motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
I think that was unanimous. Am I correct?
Wow.
Okay.
Yes.
First.
All right. Then we can go back up to the top, correct?
Well, so what have we left on the table? Finance director, assistant town manager, any trash?
You know what? That leads me to Isaac, who wanted to have a motion about the finance director. Did you not?
Yes.
Bang.
Now would be the time.
Focus. Let's do this one.
So I move to restore the finance director position to the budget in accordance with attachment D, as in David, in the backup materials for this meeting.
Okay. Isaac has moved to make a motion to fund the finance director position as slated in attachment D of our backup material. I think we have discussed it significantly. Has the public weighed in? I don't remember.
I was just going to say, I feel like the only people that we haven't heard from are sitting out there.
All right. Does anyone from the public wish to speak about adding the finance director position? I saw Heidi first, then Dick and John.
Okay, Heidi Fisher, District 7. I just have two questions, one of which, and one clarification. On my thing, it all says attachment E, not attachment D, for that chart he had up. So
You know, there's two and they're very close.
Okay, as long as we're talking the same thing. The other question I have is, could you explain that this is this, I'm a little confused. So this is not the full amount for a finance director, but where's the other part of it? Is that what's being paid to this consultant? So is it a total of, what's the total of that, more or less? Because it's, I just want to make sure that's clear to
We
people.
discussed that the finance director position would be about $120,000, $130,000 a year, but that there would be extra funding for enrolling this person and training this person, as well as what else?
It would be 226,000 total, which would include the salary, the benefits, training, recruitment, all of those things.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dick then Gemma, right? Yeah.
I'll just be quick, Gemma Seymour, District 8, and say that I am in favor of it. I don't really want to see money added to the budget unnecessarily, but in the meeting that we had last night, I heard the voices of a number of people in the town, some of whom tend to agree with me, some who tend to disagree with me on many issues. But everyone was pretty unanimous on this issue, that we thought that this was an investment that we needed to make in this town in order to ensure that we have better fiscal responsibility going forward. Thank you.
Dick?
Thank you. I agree. I think I heard kind of the conversation, but I agree with Peter and something John had said earlier, that we were having trouble finding someone at the salary line item. Now, people may not realize is that there's other contributors to the pot, which are the two enterprise funds that go towards paying for the finance director's position. And I had said to maybe a board member that maybe those line items could be increased to add more money to the pot to attract somebody. But I definitely think I'm really in support of this. I've talked to different department heads, and they believe that we should have a finance director. I think it's critical for our operations going forward to make us whole. So, and I would support adding another 10,000 in here or more, wherever it comes from, the two enterprise funds or in this budget.
All right, having heard from the public and having had a discussion, are we ready to vote on Isaac's motion, which is
To restore the finance director position to the budget.
a finance director position?
Can I say one thing?
Of course.
I'm going to vote yes, but we're doing this the one thing at a time way, and we're about to be very sad when we add up a bunch of numbers. So let's all just reserve our. We're going to have another meeting. Let's all reserve our right to come back at that meeting and say, "Hey, we've seen the whole picture now, and we may want to make some tweaks because we're about to see a big number."
Oh, and I look forward to that too. Okay, all select board members in favor of Isaac's motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. All right, now let's go into the gray for those of us who have color copies. Let's discuss number 3. Is there anyone who wants to advocate for number 3?
I will, yes. But first,
Can you restate?
Just to call out what we've sort of left behind and not done at the bottom, we didn't do assistant town manager. We have And we haven't done anything with the bag revenue or prices yet.
Right.
Okay.
We're saving the bags till last.
Yeah, so
There's some other part-time position.
I'm
I
sorry,
just meant the
can't
bottom
hear
half.
you,
Okay,
Amanda.
bottom half. I got it. We're good.
Okay.
yeah, so we're about to move into very unhappy territory, and I want to say with every single thing that we're discussing on this list that I would much rather make none of these cuts. None of the things, not everything on this list is mine. This is a collection of conversations with different board members and John, but nothing on this list is here because I want us to do less of it. Nothing on this list is here because I think it's being done wastefully or that the people doing it are doing it poorly. And I welcome ideas that I haven't had yet to put on this list because, you know, back of the envelope math that I'm seeing on Amanda's laptop, I think we're probably around an 8% tax increase instead of 4.4 after all the things we've just added.
We haven't talked about those yet, so we are.
If you take out all the cuts.
We're there, 8.1.
Okay, and that's with a couple. Yeah, I think we're in the 8s, and this is all estimated, and who knows. So we've already.
Do you want to speak to advocating to?
Yeah.
Number 3.
This is an area where we added a bunch of money to the budget last year, a lot of money, 650.
What is the area?
Oh, sorry. Reduce downtown safety action plan spending in the police budget. The number is 300,000. It's fairly arbitrary, but this is an area where last year we added $650,000 to the budget. It's been well received. I think it's been well done. I can't ignore the fact that this is an area that this is one of a couple big things that has led to a lot of really difficult budget conversations. So I would like to see us begin the process of starting to wind it back at least. It was described as an emergency program. And I don't think we can do plus $650,000 in perpetuity in the police department. So in any department. So I want to have that conversation. And the big thing is that as you go through here, there's maybe 8 things left that we haven't discussed. There are other things that didn't even make it to this list, and there aren't that many ways to bring the number down. So that's why it's on here.
Does anyone else want to speak to that item?
Yeah, I'll speak to the item. I am not interested in cutting anything out of the police budget. We heard amazing testimony at the police department presentation from Christine Hazard, Brattleboro Housing Partnerships, Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, maybe Groundworks Collaborative, citizens, that the Downtown Safety Action Plan is helping our town get to a place where we can be, we can all live together well, especially our Brat team, and I've heard nothing but positive things. Additionally, economic development is really key right now. We have to show to our economic development partners, people who want to move here, start a business, that we're dealing with our drug issues, that we're doing our best to get drugs out of our streets, that we are we're really maintaining what we started. So I think of this as like, if we pulled money from it, it would be like you have strep throat, you took 2 amoxicillins, you're feeling better, and so you stop taking the prescription, and then you get sick, and you get really sick. So I think it's a lot of money, but we have to stay the course of what we started, and now is not the time to pull funding from that program.
Thank you. Isaac?
We are experiencing
a proposed budget that now I heard back of the envelope math might be an 8% increase. It might be even more after representative town meeting. So we're going to have to make some tough choices here. My preference would be for us to start with saying no new positions in this budget, no new personnel, because that's the most expensive thing, and it also is a recurring expense. Taxpayers are stretched in this community. So all of the departments are doing excellent work and critical work. And what I'd like to see is any sort of cuts to departments be spread across so that it's not just targeting one department, because the town government and the town service, it's a body that works together. So if you just chop off one part of it, we're going to all suffer, and we're going to really feel that impact of something missing. So I would suggest that instead of thinking about something that's quite this drastic for just one department, that we look at our biggest expense is personnel. That's the majority of our budget. I mean, the people in our community who work are also are an incredibly valuable resource for our town. And that value is represented with dollars as well. We invest in people. So if we're looking to scale back and not just scratch the surface with a few $1,000s here, a few $1,000s there, I think we have to look at what are the departments where there's been growth in personnel in the last few years. And also not looking at the smallest departments, because if you cut from a tiny department, like we unanimously, I believe, nobody here wanted to cut from the town clerk's office, because if you cut from the town clerk's office, what are we going to do? Like have not good elections? I mean, we actually, those services are core. So I think we have to look at the departments outside of the municipal center, and the places where in the 5 biggest departments where we've seen the personnel growth is police, fire, and library. And so what I would propose is, I think the fairest way, and I don't think that pro-police advocates are going to like this, I don't think pro-fire advocates are going to like this, I don't think pro-library advocates are going to like this, but our job isn't just to address people with single issue concerns, but it's to think about the residents of this town and the town as a whole. And so I would propose a 5% decrease in those department budgets, which would mean less than $300,000 cut to the police department, and we could look at what that would mean for each of those departments. But in order to avoid those double-digit tax increases and to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible by doing the things that we just said, we just agreed to. That's my proposal.
Peter?
Yeah. So I don't think a day is coming where I'm going to vote against our first responders and the things that they need. So I'm in favor of the 300,000. That's where I am. I view our BRAT team as part of our human services solution. I also view our library as part of our human services solution. The work that the fire department does in helping us in our most dire moments, along with the police department and our library, are catamount to what Brattleboro is and how it operates. The Downtown Safety Action Plan has rolled out. It has been out there for a little over a year, about a year now, kind of, in this fluid thing. I've seen the good that it's been doing. Putting any kind of a dent in that slows that momentum down. To echo Amanda's strep throat amoxicillin thing is absolutely right. You can't just take 2 of the pills. You got to take them all in order for the sickness to go away. And if what we are dealing with now is, and again, 4 hours into the meeting, I'm going to talk about revenue again. And a big part of revenue is bringing businesses and people back into our downtown to drive revenue. If we don't have this BRAT team and this comfort of people who now are actually feeling comfortable parking back in the garage, I think that revenue fund is up, right? We're actually starting to rent that space again, so that is going up. This is the kind of revenue that we are talking about that's within our immediate control. So I don't know what cutting 5%, $300,000, whatever it is, how much that costs us on the back end, but it all costs us on the back end. It's like when we were talking about solid waste. If we don't do this, we're going to pay it out here. It's taking $1 and putting it in the other hand and then just spending it. So I'm not in favor of doing any sort of cuts to any of our first responders or our library. So I am a fan of trying to figure out ways to raise that money instead over the course of the year. Again, my broken record podium moment where I just say, revenue solves a lot of problems. And if we could pour even half the amount of energy into sorting that out as we do, trying to figure out who gets to have a job, who gets to have a new cruiser, who gets their fire trucks funded, we could just put half of that energy into finding revenue sources and revenue streams, inviting people into our community. We don't have to have conversations like this as deep as this, but here we are, because cutting is what we understand the most, right? It's that part of a negative narrative thing that I talk about. It's so easy to attach yourself to it because it's the lowest hanging fruit. We have it, let's just take it away and we'll save. We have to think about ways to add, and revenue is the way to do it. As I stated earlier, John's been doing some great work with that, but he's also been hit with a lot of busy work lately, and that takes away from that. And of course, it's a hard time of the year to sort of focus on that because we do have to present a budget, and it does have to be fiscally responsible, and it does have to meet the marks. I'm off my step.
Thank you. All right. I don't think there's anything more important in our budget than maintaining the police budget and maintaining the BRAT team and the Downtown Safety Action Plan. It is basic to our town's survival, and no stability can come without the Downtown Safety Action Plan that Chief Hardy has established. I agree with Amanda. There's nothing more horrible than when I hear people say, "Oh, it's fine now, let's cut it." Our police department, our fire department, our first responders work every day attending to the public safety needs of this town. There's no economic development without the police. There's only a downward spiral. I am not interested in any cuts to the police department because we've worked for years to have the police department that we have, that is the envy of the state of Vermont. Chief Hardy is the rock star of police chiefs. She goes to other towns. They want to steal her. They want to grab her secrets. They want to touch the hem of her garment. They want what we have. And the fact that we don't appreciate it is shocking to me, that anyone would even think, because we need the excellent, caring, dependable police department that we have. I have no interest in cutting it.
I'd like to respond if I can.
Sure.
It's never pleasant being the one to stick your head in the lion's mouth, but sometimes you got to do it, and it's part of the job. A couple different things got said that I'd like to respond to. I'll say what I said again at the beginning. Nothing here on this increasingly short list of options of things to remove from our budget is on here because I think it's bad and I want us to do less of it. So I'm a little surprised to see it framed as shocking and disrespectful. I'm trying to not be that way. I think we are not talking about cuts to, if we scaled back the downtown safety action plan, our staffing in the police department would, I believe, still be at its highest level otherwise in the history of the town. This is not, this is a proposed partial reduction from a surge that was billed as an emergency program. I agree you got to take your pills. I don't know how many $650,000 pills we can take. That's all. If we had a 3% tax increase in front of us, I wouldn't have put a single cut on this list. I'm not some sort of small government, really the opposite in most ways. But I still think something we should consider. And then my question is, that's fine. I feel like this is going to not happen. And my question for the board is, what's next? I looked, we have 5 things left on the list, one of which is a pretty savage cut to the library's capacity. Even if we include that, those 5 things are $280,000.
Okay,
What's
so let's stick with the police.
Well, I'm framing the conversation that we're about to vote no on our last, on the 6th and most substantial cut on the table. And that's fine. And I'm one vote, and I'm happy for the board to represent its will as a group. I'm not throwing a fit over this. But when we're done voting no on everything, what's left other than an 8%, maybe a 7% tax increase? So that's the question I think we're left with.
I'd like to interrogate Chief Hardy as to what this cut would mean for the Brattleboro Police Department. Chief? Welcome.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Good, thank you. Could you
I'll
just
ask
repeat
the question. The proposal is to cut $300,000 from the Downtown Safety Action Plan. What would that mean to your department?
if that were to be cut, that would take at least 3 of the 6 members of the team that is dedicated to downtown. So it would mean that what we've established and put in place and we've been building on to have the 2 major tours, the 2 major shifts where we need that team operating, which are when the stores are open and all the way into the nighttime when the restaurants, bars, and the movie theater are closed, we would not be able to have that coverage. It would also mean that you do not have what was asked of us for 2 years, which was an unarmed team to walk around town, because that is the only place that we could have that kind of team is in the downtown area. And that also means that we would not be able to have the response time that's been asked of us, not to be at Black Mountain Road so that we can respond faster to downtown. It would also mean that last week we went to a meeting with the Youth Council, and the Youth Council made it very clear that there were some members of the Youth Council that still do not feel safe in certain parts of town, particularly in the downtown area, particularly in where they have their red spots on their map that they drew us to tell us where they don't feel safe. And I believe that we've only been doing this for a year, and I think in this year we've had very, very massive results in it. We're starting to actually get with the program, so to speak, and people within the community are starting to realize what we're doing downtown. With the downtown, with the Brat and Justin, we've made great strides. We can bring you numbers of things that we have done, the people that we deal with, people that we've taken for treatment. I think that if you have those cuts, particularly to that town, then, we're not addressing what was asked for us to do in the first place. Okay.
Thank you. So, shall we have members of the public speak? I see a couple hands in the back. Ken, why don't you start? Ken, Gemma, Scott? Scott, Danny, and Nicole, and Nell, and Eric. I hope I remember all that. Ken, please
Thank
begin.
you. Ken Fay, District 8. I'd like to repeat, or not repeat, but what Oscar said about it was sold as an emergency. Emergencies end. If it were going to be forever, it should have been asked for forever. But, the emergency has to end. And also, in terms of businesses being downtown, wanting to bring in businesses, I've been in town for 4 years now. And the Price Chopper Shopping Center, granted, that's the Canal Street corridor, it's not downtown, but that the Rent It Center store has been empty for 4 years. I don't think people are afraid to go to Price Chopper, the Price Chopper Shopping Center. I mean, this is an old town. There's going to be vacant storefronts unless business development. I don't think safety is a concern, but I don't think it is the end all and be all. There's many other components of that. Thank you.
Norma? Can I interrogate Chief Hardy? Chief, do you have comments to make about when the emergency is over?
Yes. That question has been posed to us before, and I think that it was not presented as an emergency from the police department. It was presented as an emergency from the people in the community. So I just want to make that clear. So when you say, when will the emergency be over, to me, and this is what I've discussed with the town manager about an emergency, right? Although we can't quantify quality of life, some of the examples of when the emergency, quote unquote, emergency being over, that we are no longer having multiple overdoses in one day. This morning, speaking about Canal Street, we actually had 2 individuals that were overdosed in their vehicles, and one of them decided to drive away in his vehicle to not deal with us, and he crashed his car. So when you talk about Canal Street and you talk about Market 32, that entire area, people are afraid to go there, and they also are afraid to go into the parking lot, because they deal with people from the Econo Lodge that we have to deal with on a normal basis. So we get lots of calls there. We can present that, so I don't just say things if I can't present numbers. Okay. Also, we won't find places where we have up to 300 uncapped needles in one place. We've done that too. 300 uncapped needles we found in one place in town, which was in the Harmony parking lot. Okay. So that would be when you would know the emergency is over, when I can't sit here and say those kind of numbers. All right. And like I said, and have youth, young people that are telling us where they're afraid to walk between the youth theater and the Boys and Girls Club to go be young people or have a place to be and not be in fear. And that came right from their mouths because they got the opportunity to speak to us. So I think that when you say, when will the emergency be over? The emergency will be over when I can't sit here and give you these kind of statistics.
And about how many active drug use houses would you say?
Actually, I have that too. Stand by. Right now, we're at least 19. And we just did a drug raid, was it last Wednesday? Mm-hmm. So we're at about 19 active houses right now that we know about.
Yeah.
That are major drug houses that are doing a lot of business.
And we have crimes against women and children.
We've had 2, which, I find that extremely upsetting because in the past 10 days, we've had 2 reported sexual assaults to us within 10 days of each other. And what I find upsetting about that in so many ways, not only having to listen to what has happened to these individuals, but also having my officers having to do these investigations these investigations are always hard. And that's the other thing too. I think that when people go, the police department has grown this much and this time and everything else, it's very easy to say that. But the police department has grown to the fact that the police department never had enough police to deal with the amount of crime and assaults. And in my first year here, I think we had 6 murders within 13 months. So the police department was never catching up with everything that was happening in town. And everything that was happening in town now has gotten even more so, all right, because we have more homelessness, unfortunately, which more people are being victimized within these homeless establishments or these encampments. We have victims of sexual assault that will speak to us. So that is not true when people say that they're afraid of the police. Most people that we deal with them. We don't have to come here in a public forum and talk about it. First of all, we wouldn't, because it takes away their dignity when we do that, okay? But it's really getting tiring of hearing that. So, I mean, anyone that has unfortunately had to deal with my department or deal with my department fortunately knows that we treat everyone with a highest level of respect. I'm not here to make money. My department's not here to make money. What we did want to do is keep this town safe and keep this community safe. Okay, so I think that that having these 19 active houses, and that's what all we know of, having these assaults, having these victims of sexual assault, which I find amazing to me, that I haven't seen one protest about the women that are being sexually assaulted in this town. Not one. No one has come and stood with a sign saying no sexual assault. No one's come and stood with me saying no drug houses. Even though every time I sit at this table, I let the town know how many drug houses are in this town. Not 2 people have come and stood with me outside and said no drug houses. Okay, so I apologize because I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it is highly, highly frustrating. Because we continuously have to say what we do. And I heard someone talk about accountability earlier, and we are always and constantly accountable for what we do. And I don't have a problem being accountable. We can be accountable all day long. But I do want my officers, my BRAT team, and members of our department to at least be acknowledged for the hard work that they do every single day in this town.
And I thank you for the hard work that your department does.
We all do.
Oscar, did you have a question?
I just wanted to say that I hope it is clear that proposing this as something to reduce, again, is not intended to suggest that the work is not valuable or needs to be defended. It really, really, truly is not. And I feel exactly that way about other things we're about to talk about. So
Okay.
I hope we can have this conversation in that spirit.
Okay, so I'm lost. Gemma?
Gemma Seymour, District 8. Again, I would like to point out to the Select Board that a $300,000 cut on top of a $650,000 increase in the previous fiscal year is still a net $350,000 increase over FY25. You know, I see a lot of business owners in this room. I've been a business owner, I've been a property owner, and I have to tell you, I've spent 35 years as a technology and business consultant to other businesses. And policing is not the only part of the equation when it comes to stability and economic development in a town. The frustration that so many of us are feeling in this town is that there's a lot of us who believe that human services is a better solution than policing to the problems that we're facing, or that it at least needs to be part of that solution. And what we're being asked to do every year is accept cut after cut after cut after cut to the things that we think are the right solutions while we watch the police budget balloon year after year after year. Now, by the way, I'm a libertarian. I kind of took a little offense to your comments, Madam Chairwoman, about libertarianism, because I think that that is a view of libertarianism that's incorrect. I'm not looking for no spending on no government. I'm looking for the right amount of spending on the right amount of government. And maybe the police department size that we have now is right for this town. But this isn't about that. This is about what we can afford. And when we have people saying in this town, I don't want my taxes to go up anymore, well, maybe we need to ask the police department to do the best job that they can with less money, while we're also asking everyone else to do the best job they can with less money. Thank you.
Scott?
Hi, Scott Knickerbocker, District 9. I'm going to try to tell a quick story here that is quite relevant to the police budget. At the beginning of December, I went with a friend and her 2 daughters up to Claremont, New Hampshire, to a place called Blackbeard's Cove, which is an indoor miniature golf course. It's a great place to hang out, have fun. Anyway, I happened to strike up a conversation with one of the employees there. She said, oh, you're from, I told her where I was from. She's like, you're from Brattleboro. She's like, wow. She's like, we've been looking at the old CM's Army-Navy building to duplicate what we've done here down in Brattleboro. In fact, she goes, we went down to Brattleboro back in October, checked the place out. We went, we wanted to just get an idea for the lay of the land and see if it's going to fit what our model. And she said that they were thinking pretty positively about going into the Sam's building, which of course, that was a huge loss to this town. It was a major anchor store, obviously, for our downtown. So anyway, they had parked on Flat Street. She said they were at the parking garage. She said they saw a lot of things going on that really concerned them regarding safety and just issues with things that were going on in the transportation center. She said they got a really bad impression of the town based on that. And she said that they're not sure. I don't know where they're at with this right now, but they're still, I think it's still under consideration for them. But she said for a business like that, they bring in families, they bring in kids. They need a safe environment to be able to run a business like that. And with what is still going on in this town right now, she's not sure that they can do that. And I just want to say that I am a firm believer in maintaining this budget that you have set up. I think a $300,000 cut would be devastating. I think an investment in the police force is also an investment in our economic vitality. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ivan, then Denise and Danny.
Ivan Hennessy, Brattleboro, Vermont. I just want to summarize for everyone who's watching the 2 different narratives, the 2 different presentations we were given about the police just now. One was that we have a department and a chief who are exemplars. They were spoken of in biblical terms for their for the regard they're held in, and for the incredible job they're doing. The other is that the town is unsafe and generally hazardous to life, especially children. Those are incompatible. This reminds me of another policing phenomenon, which is the war on drugs, where we spend 50 years thinking that police will solve an addiction issue, will solve an economic crisis issue, will solve a public safety issue. But we've seen that it didn't work. And we want a simple solution that someone else can do. That's why we hired the police. But the stories are in conflict. They don't mesh. You can't reconcile those 2 pitches for the police.
Denise?
Nicole.
Nicole, sorry.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole from Twice Upon a Time, and I always cry, which I'm trying really hard not to do. I think both things can be true. I think the town is getting safer. but there's still a lot of work to do. I see it getting better. I see a lot less complaints from my customers and my family and everyone, but I'm also still seeing things in my alleyway. I'm still seeing, people taking a dump and doing drugs, and I'm fighting it every day. But I think they're doing an amazing job, and I feel safer because they're there. And I think now's not the time to flinch. I know the price tag is big, but I think it's an investment in the economic vitality going forward. I think this town doesn't fill the holes and make more revenue without getting more businesses, and I think you can't get more businesses if you don't hold the line. And we're just getting to the line. You gotta hold it. I think just now's not the time to flinch. You have to look at the big picture and the long-term solution. And that's keeping and holding firm with all of our first responders, which includes anyone that helps. And I also think that they are doing things, not just policing. They're not just out there arresting people or beating people or throwing them in cars. I think they are helping them and connecting them with services and helping them get into treatment and bringing them to shelters and doing all the other things. So I think you can't be more compassionate than that. How do you hold the line better than that? I think Brattleboro's doing a great job, but I feel like Brattleboro's getting a bigger amount of the problem than we're supposed to get, than we're made to hold. There's only so much we can do. And I think they're doing an amazing job. So,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Danny?
Danny Lichtenfeld, director of the Brattleboro Museum. Oscar, Isaac, I hear what you're saying. I don't take your support for openness to this cut as casting judgment on the job Chief Hardy and the police department are doing. I hear you saying that you have a terrible financial puzzle that you're all trying to solve, and it's exhausting, and I can't imagine how exhausting for all of you. But it's really impressive, the work you're doing to try to solve that puzzle, all of you. So thank you for that. In my opinion, the very best thing the number one thing at the top of the list of great things that have happened in Brattleboro over the last year is the improvements downtown that have been the result of the Downtown Safety Action Plan and the BRAT team. And in my opinion, you should feel great about the money that is invested in our police department. I know the financial puzzle is impossible. It's really difficult. I totally get that. I can't think, and I've listened, for the last 4 hours to the other things that you're considering and have to decide on. And where I'm sitting, the money invested in the police department, our incredible police department. I'm not someone who just comes to the table feeling this way about police in general, but our amazing police department, I think, is money really well spent. And as someone who spends most of my waking hours down in downtown Brattleboro, it would be really discouraging and disheartening to start dialing that back now. I hope and I expect that the day will come soon when you can start dialing it back, but I genuinely don't feel like we're there yet, and hope you won't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, yes, and then Nell.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say that there's more than one kind of emergency, and we have to be limber enough to handle more than one emergency at a time. And I think we're very fortunate in this town. We have incredible department heads I mean, and I'm talking about all, from library, fire, police, rec, Department of Public Works, who are my personal heroes, by the way. But I also think that we have a financial emergency, and that has to be dealt with too. And I see you folks struggling together to figure this out. And I think of the words that a very wise man said a couple years ago. And that man said, I think in this room, if you want me to reduce the budget, what services do I cut? Does anyone remember that? What services do you want me to cut? And I just heard Isaac say, trust your department heads, have a set amount of reduction, trust them, and let them figure out what services they can cut that will have the least impact on this town and help us deal with the financial emergency. Do that, and we're going to have a much healthier and financially balanced town and deal with all our emergencies fairly. Thank you, Isaac, for that suggestion.
Thank you. Nell?
Nell Mayo, District 8. I think some of the challenges with commenting later in the discussion here, as I keep putting more little notes on the thing. Couple different comments. I think that it's damaging to phrase it as if people were to vote for this cut, to frame that as voting against the department. I think that is going to support a kind of contention in these discussions that already exist that's pretty damaging to the relationships, between the people who work very hard as the town employees and the people trying to do their job on the select board, and expanding that beyond. And then I don't love this type of justification because I don't think that's what this, basically, I lived on Reynolds Drive for 2 years. I'm very familiar with, quote unquote drug houses. Well, I don't have to say quote unquote, but I am familiar with living near properties like that. Absolutely. And I think all of us can come up and talk about personal experiences or whatever, right? My first hit when I heard this was, okay, so what does $300,000 or 5%, which Isaac said is less, translate to in terms of actual services reduced? Because if you want either you guys or the public to be able to have an opinion on it, we need to be able to relate it to services gained or lost. Chief Hardy came up and said that would be 3 BRAT members. I too, like many people, have heard good things about the BRAT team. I do think I looked up the DSAP on the town website so that I could refresh myself about what those services were. I would wonder, and I would have, I think, encouraged for maybe some more prep before this meeting to be what could those cuts look like instead of doing it on the fly. Did it have to be 3 BRAT members? Stuff like that. And I think it's really worthwhile to support. You have to be able to have a conversation about what adding to the town services does, right? That's been had with compost. That's been had with EMS. Like, those have been very hot button topics. And so to moralize that when it comes to the police department, I do think is really damaging. That's not me speaking against the police department at all. But I do see that time and time again when the conversation comes up in these meetings. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that hasn't spoken who wishes to? Great. Are there members of the select board who wish to speak again?
I've got a question. Would you, Oscar, consider amending your proposal to be a slate that wasn't just targeting one department?
I suppose, but I think whatever the vote is on this will sort of, the slate would sort of sink or float on the basis of those opinions anyway, is my feeling. Like, if it was a larger slate, but 3 people don't want to vote for cuts to the police department, I think we might end up in the same place. So at 11:45, I'm not sure I have a strong opinion on that.
Okay.
I mean, it's more than what I would like to see, but I would support that because I think we have to make cuts across the board.
All right. Is the select board ready to vote on Oscar, have you made a motion? You did?
I did? Good.
Okay. Oscar's made a motion to reduce the downtown safety action plan spending in the police budget by $300,000. Members of the select board, are you in favor of that motion? Please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
And those who are not in favor, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay, that's a 3-2. So, where are we now? We're at 6. Should we discuss the two library things together? Does anyone want to advocate for the library?
Can I just for consideration, float a slate of saying no to 7, 9, to the 4 new staffing-esque things, 7, 9, 11, and 12.
So you want to make a slate which is eliminating the park maintenance person, the first request in 37 years.
Hey, I feel you.
Reduce, 8 we've already discussed.
Sorry, if I said 8,
Yeah.
7, 9, 11, and 12. Those are the 4 additions to this budget.
Eliminate dispatch new half-position capacity. We have heard testimony in the past at how important that is. We could have more. Finance new half-position capacity. And, wait, did you say
Yeah.
6, 7?
Sorry, not 6 yet. 7,
Not
9,
6.
11, 12.
7, 9, 11,
So
12.
park, dispatch, finance, and library part-time hours.
Well, I consider that a mixed bag, and I
Okay.
wouldn't vote for them all as a slate. I may be persuaded to vote for some of them individually, but I would not be in favor of that. So I would think that our best bet is to parse it out.
I think Oscar's proposal of the slate, as stated, should go to a vote.
I mean, if there's general interest, I'm happy to make a motion and we can, I'm also happy to hear testimony and et cetera. And we've heard pitches, strong pitches, I think, for all of these. Some I consider stronger than others, but man, we're down to 5 things. I think we've cut nothing. So I'm, getting worried.
Everyone had their chance with the trash and recycling. This could have been a lot easier.
Certainly.
We could have saved a lot of money.
I'm sure
All
that,
right.
yeah.
Who's in favor of having a slate, not the vote on the slate itself, but in favor of creating a slate that is 7, 9, 11, and 12?
And I know,
That's what you want, right?
And I know finance and dispatch are suffering, I think in particular. Parks, you said it. I don't know. This seems like in a very difficult list, the easiest to say no to, and it's only $180,000, so it's not digging us that far. But got to start somewhere.
Okay, so I would not like this slate mostly because of the importance of dispatch. I don't know how other people feel about that.
I actually share your concern because dispatch, we took this out of the budget last year.
Yep.
I think in response to a proposal that I had made that we make cuts across the board, and this was taken out. The problem is that now my understanding is that there's now fewer people trying to do the same amount of work, so there's overtime expenses. And it's also something that I don't see this as a new position. The other things are new positions. So or new funding. Do you understand what I'm?
So are you saying that you agree with me that you would like to have this separate from the other slate?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to remove the dispatch position from Isaac's slate?
Oscar's slate.
Oscar's slate.
How dare you take my slate from me?
I think that's a sound idea. Yeah. I will get on board with not putting the dispatch position on the.
So Oscar, would you appreciate a modification to your slate?
I'm happy to, if there's a smaller version that we can agree on, I'm happy to do that. I'd also probably make a separate motion for the other thing later, just so we can have a vote on it. But yes, if there's consensus or agreement to be found, let's vote on those.
Okay, so that's 7, 11, and 12?
Yeah. And
Give me those numbers again, I'm sorry. So we're talking about
7
7, to
is
eliminate the park maintenance, new position
11
capacity.
is finance, and 12 is library,
the library, and that's the part-time hours
part-time hours.
budget thing.
Right.
Addition.
Right. Okay, so that's the slate. And
as I'm understanding it, these are, again, for clarification, these are new positions.
The finance one's a bit of a in-between, right? That was like a little
Yeah, we
maneuver
reduced.
we tried.
And found that that reduction has led to
problems.
a need to.
But let me, feel free to tell me I'm wrong, John, but we did just approve separately a full-time finance director who will be in that office. Hopefully that could ease this burden slightly.
I could say, this is just a thought.
Yeah.
That if we're able to save on the finance director costs, and perhaps use something from the enterprise funds, we might be able to do both of those for what you've already approved back into the budget.
Maybe. I mean.
It'll be goal.
But that's
Let's leave that
irregardless
aside
of our vote.
for now.
If we voted with this slate, that you could do whatever maneuverings you just stated offline,
Yeah. Within the budget.
within the budget.
I wouldn't want us to add a half a position during the year because we ended up having the money. At least I would want to, we could bring that back to the board and say, hey, we found a finance director, we saved 30,000, let's put that half position back. I would be fine with that.
All right. I think that if, when it comes to pass, that a finance director is found that would answer that question. And we should give John the flexibility to do his job.
I just I'm wary of earmarking a surplus that we happen to find in the finance director position for one thing in particular and approving it because 50 line items in this budget are going to bounce up and down out of our control. And
what John is saying is not written in stone. It's just a suggestion.
And if you don't like my idea, I would say we really should do this finance position.
If we're going to do it, I would rather do it that way. But if we do that,
I would put it in then. But I think we could get creative, and that could be an alternative. But if not, if you don't like that, then put it in.
I'm willing to get creative at moments where we're confident that we ended up with the money. But man, we're putting everything back in. So that's a concern I have. If we put dispatch and the finance half position back, we are down to 3 things left on this list, having made no cuts. So at what point are we going to say, yeah, this really sucks for this department or this role, but I don't know. Are we really going to bring 8% to town meeting? Or 9%?
Well, we brought 8.9% last year, and the tax increase was only 2.8%. So we don't know where that all falls out.
But we're not going to get. We're not going to get
maybe
bailed out.
we don't know. We don't know. But
We don't
true.
know
Yeah.
how the state education fund is going to treat Brattleboro.
That's true.
Last year, we did well.
My preference is, and then I'll stop talking for a while, if we think we need this, then we should put it in.
The finance
Yeah.
position.
If
Yes.
if we have to
Yes.
have it, then we should do it?
I think we do. I think we've all talked about how important finance is, and we're struggling with it, and I think,
Yeah,
I think when
Right
people.
now, we are at 8.
yeah.
We're at 8, according to your tabulator.
I think when people identify the need in that department as well, I think that we don't want to create an opportunity for mistakes to be made.
I agree, but I agree with what's been said in the past. This town runs pretty lean. If there were areas where I thought, oh, there's waste, there's incompetence here, I think we would have cut those already. But what I'm saying is there's going to be a really good defense for anything we consider here.
Yeah, yeah. So.
Anyway,
if we keep the finance head position, then what we're voting on is what?
the parks position and the library part-time hours. And
Let's
with the bigger cut to the library, the only thing left floating on this list that we
I'd
haven't
like to
talked
just
about.
clarify something that you said, John. Didn't you say that if we were to not go with this increase in the part-time finance department, that could be potentially funded through the enterprise funds?
I was just saying that we would do everything we could to hire a good finance director and find savings that could potentially be used to fund this half position. Oscar objected to that, but I think that it would be good management to try to do that. Mm-hmm. And part of that could be funding coming over from the enterprise fund to cover part of this position and part of the finance director position.
I think if we did not cut this finance new half position, then it's in the budget. And if the hiring creates a savings, and if the money can be found without using this item in the budget, then you would essentially be, or we would essentially be authorizing John to do whatever he finds fiscally responsible in that regard.
And if we were to find savings in that event, it would go towards the unassigned fund balance.
Right. So I'm saying yes. So if we want it, I'd rather we bite the bullet and put it in.
Okay. So then what's left?
What's left is in this slate 7 and 12, Parks new position and library part-time.
I'd love to ask a question about the finance position. So this is a brand new position, but it's part-time, correct? Or this is filling more hours of someone who's already on staff and working in a part-time position?
I would leave that to the director to determine.
And
that.
how does that affect our obligation for benefits? Does it change at all, or is it the same?
This is inclusive of the benefits needed to have this additional time.
Is that individual eligible for benefits currently?
No, it probably would be. It would probably be funded as a part-time position without benefits.
So, okay, so it's not an extension of.
No, this is inclusive of the need.
So, right. That's a good question.
Do we understand?
So is
I'm
this
still a little confused.
This is a
new
part-time
person coming on in a part-time role, or an existing person being brought like from half-time to full-time?
This would be a part-time position to that we would fill.
Okay.
Will you, maybe, I don't know if anyone from the finance department is here right now to articulate the specific needs.
Would you like to interrogate Sally?
Yeah, I'd really like to hear, because our administrative costs for our town are sizable. I mean,
They're reasonable.
because we're running a good government, but I just want to get a handle on it.
Sure. It's like John had mentioned. It would be a new part-time position, 25 hours a week, which they'll only be eligible for VEMRs. They're not eligible for other and optional benefits, not for health insurance. So it's like we currently have another 25-hour position in that department.
And Sally, could you explain what that position would be doing?
Sure. We refer to it as a part-time finance clerk. So they assist with the utility billing, the tax collection, responsible for the phone, the counter, and helping with all the revenue coming into the department. So currently we have one that assists our treasurer, but that if someone's out, it's really just our treasurer. Right now, we all assist in that role, but this would give each of them, the treasurer and both the finance clerks, the ability to, take some vacation or also just attend some trainings and not have a gap of staffing in the meantime. Like currently, right now, because of the short staffing, we're closing at lunchtime to give our staff the ability for their breaks. This would give us another opportunity to be open throughout the time between the 8:30 to 5 time slot again.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, how have you found just having that closure period? Has it been interruptive of getting work done when you're close to the public? I mean, I think it's something the public could adapt to, and even more if you needed.
Yeah, it's been, yeah. I mean, the other day I walked out right before 1 o'clock and there was 4 people waiting to come in, right? Depends on what time of season it is. Right now it was during the water shut off, so people are coming in to pay. And so we have a little bit more uptick in traffic during particular seasons. So it is helpful right now being short staffed. It gives everybody a little bit of a breather, even if it's a half an hour, to just not answer the phone or, do another task that maybe they've been putting off because of the interruptions with the public. But yeah, this would give just a little bit more of that filling in the gap, and just being able to know, again, our treasurer wants to attend some trainings, but taking the time off is difficult at this time for her.
Is this an area where, in the interests of being scrappy and trying to save money, we could just say, hey, the treasurer needs to attend some trainings, so the finance office is closed this one Tuesday in the entire year? Are there adaptations we can make in that way that can save us a little bit of money without just putting all the burden on the staff? So that, close, like with the library part-time hours, we were told that they needed to cover gaps when people are sick. And my response to that is that, I'm willing to tolerate a sign on the door at the library that says, at 6 p.m. that says, we're closed for the rest of the evening. Sorry, somebody's sick. That is the kind of compromise I think we're going to have to make if we reduce anything in this budget anywhere. So
Understood.
Is that something that would help with those situations of not having people to cover? If we gave the staff the sort of flexibility to say, hey, we need to close for this morning because I'm not here.
We've been using that practice currently since being short-staffed. I'm not sure how that's been received by the public, but it is something that we've had to adjust currently with our current staffing, and are looking to add this role. Like John had mentioned, we reduced for 26 by that half. Now realizing that it is affecting our services in some capacity, increasing it again would give some of that ability to eliminate the gap.
That was all I have. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Sally.
Thank you, Sally.
Thank you.
Do we want to have a similar discussion regarding the 2 library things?
Sure. Yes.
What's on the table right now in terms of what we're voting on? I'm confused.
What was it? It was 7 and 12?
Yeah.
It's 7, 11, and 12, right? Park maintenance, finance, half position, and eliminating library.
Well, 11 kind of came off the table.
11.
I want to just weigh in a little bit about in-person service.
I didn't hear that word.
I'd like to weigh in regarding in-person service and the luxury of in-person service when you have to figure out how to cut a budget. Being a citizen of Brattleboro for the last 30 years, if the office was closed, if I appeared and the office was closed, I would say I have to come another day. It's inconvenient, but it's not impossible. I would imagine if it, so many things are have shifted to online opportunities. It is hard to get anyone on the phone for some services, whether if you're in anything, the phone bill, the whatever. And so I do think it's reasonable to say, you know what, we just can't afford this piece that would provide coverage. I would prefer, as a citizen, having a closure for a certain number of hours and make that compromise. So that's me.
But we're, and that's fine, but then we're not talking about 6. We don't want to talk about 6 and 12 together?
Sure. No.
Right now, what are the ones? We have 12, 11.
You don't want Star to come and explain one from the other?
Well, do we want to see if we have a couple here we can all agree on? Or?
Well, I would think that the best way to do that would
Sure.
be to understand what each of them are.
Yes, although this is in some ways the most, I would like to hear from Star what that would mean.
Great.
Number 6.
Star Electronica, you're being interrogated.
And number 6 is reduce library capacity and limit public hours.
Yep.
For a reduction of $100,000 to the current library
But that's different.
budget.
It's different.
This one.
Yes.
Good evening.
Sorry,
Thank you.
We welcome you. We appreciate your work and also appreciate the news of your retirement, and thank you for your service. Pending retirement.
So, and I appreciate you. And I want to say that genuinely. I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody in this room. I appreciate anybody who's still watching tonight. And I appreciate this community. And I appreciate the position that you're all in. We've all been in a position of watching our finances. And I take very seriously my responsibility to justify the expense that's needed to maintain a viable institution, which will serve the community. But like all libraries, we are actually in the business of saving money for the community. We increase sustainability through shared resources, from online access to the New York Times to borrowing bestsellers and armloads of picture books, or even a scythe when you need one, and you just might need one. You can take a scythe to the budget. So like all town departments, the library knows how to make the most of every single penny, from obtaining grants for essential equipment and materials to scrounging furniture to forging collaborations which strengthen our services without added cost and reliance. And we also rely on a wonderful core of volunteers. But all of that, all of those things that we do require people behind it. And that's why the hefty staff cost. So do you want me to speak to what the cost will be?
Well, I think it's important to talk about the 2 individual line items. One is reduce library capacity and limit public hours. Mm-hmm. That's number 1. And the other is eliminate library new part-time hours.
So I'll speak to the eliminating the new position and say that, I can read a room. And also I appreciate Oscar's comment that there may come a time when we just don't have the staff to safely keep that building open and keep staff and public safe. And in that case, we may have to put a sign on the door that says so. It's a little heartbreaking, but it's also practical. And so I can elaborate on that. The reason we have the part-time staff is actually these past 2 Saturdays, we had somebody have a serious accident and couldn't come to work. And the Saturday before that, we had somebody suddenly get extremely ill and couldn't come to work. Both of those times, we would not have had staff to sufficiently keep the library open on Saturday if I hadn't come to work. So luckily, I love to be there. So it's it's my pleasure, but that may not always be the case. So that was the reason for planning ahead, asking for this temporary, this on-call position, so that we wouldn't have to pay overtime or have staff accrue comp time simply to keep the library open.
So that, what you're talking about now, Star, is the new part-time hours?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And so now the other?
So the other one is a whole other kettle of fish. It's a $1,000 cut in the library budget would have a devastating effect on the accessibility and service to the public, especially if all those cuts were to come from the staff line. It would mean 96 hours a week of the part-time circulation staff, because our part-time circulation staff does not get much money. They make between $18, $20, and I believe the highest paid one makes $21 an hour. They don't get benefits. They get a little bit, some of them get some Beamers money in there, but beyond that, there are no other benefit costs. So it would cut about 2/3 of the hours of our circulation staff. Which would mean that our full-time staff would be pulled into doing those extra tasks, those tasks that would otherwise be handled by the part-time staff. More than half of our staffing is part-time. So that means that we would have, if we reduce those hours, we would have 26 hours of single desk coverage for the upstairs area and the downstairs area. We're currently open 56 hours a week. So right there, that's a tremendous cut in our service hours.
Wait, could you explain that a little more?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Right, I know, there's a lot of math going on
Could
here.
you also say what Beamers or Beamers are?
Oh yeah, Beamers is the Vermont retirement system. I don't.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
Good. Oh, Vermont Municipal Employee Retirement System, I think.
Thanks.
So, and when staff reaches 25 hours, then they're eligible for Beamers, and they're actually automatically enrolled in it. They pay a contribution, but the town also pays a contribution for that. So anyway, all right, so if we were to cut the $100,000 from the part-time staff, that would leave us with, that would equal about 96 hours per week that we would cut out. Yes, and that staff makes between $18.63 an hour to $20.34 an hour. And at 20 hours a week, we're talking about annual salaries of $18,813 or $21,000 and up to $21,153 annual. So that leaves us with 52 hours of circulation desk coverage. And we currently have 148, so that would be the difference. So we would have to split those hours between the upper floor and the bottom floor, because just for safety and coverage. So that would give us 26 hours of single desk coverage for upstairs and downstairs. Our current open hours are 56 hours a week. So that means it would be less time, less than half the amount of time that we have for coverage on the circulation desk.
You'd have to close the library for more than half of the hours you are currently open? Or?
No, we would have to pull other staff, which would then diminish their ability to do their specialized work.
Right. Okay. Would it result in reductions in hours?
Yes.
Okay.
It would absolutely result in reductions of hours. Even if we were to ask, I've worked in library systems before where we've asked people, to voluntarily or decreed that, people need to reduce their hours. So even if we were to ask all staff to reduce their hours by, say, 5% or something, we we will absolutely have to cut hours. I'm thinking it would mean probably closing one day a week. We're open 3 nights a week until 9. We would probably close at 8 instead of 9 on 2 nights, and then close at 6.
And
on
close
another
like
day.
Monday also, or something like that. Close an extra day.
Close an extra day.
Okay.
So, and that'll have huge impacts. I often say, and thank you, Peter, for mentioning that, the library does contribute to downtown safety. We do contribute to economic development. We offer areas, many of you have used them, for meetings and Zoom calls and lots of business incubation. Our staff works with a cohort of small business people from BDCC and also has career mentoring with some of those folks. So those are all things that would be affected. Now, for the elephant in the room, yes, thank goodness we do have an endowment. Thank goodness, because we would not be able to do what we've done right now if it hadn't been for the generosity of those bequests. And this year, the endowment provided about a little over $93,000 to support the library. They also backfilled $27,000 of the cuts we made in last year's budget when we were asked to. They withdraw 4%, which is dictated by MIFA, which stands for the Uniform Prudent Management of Institutional Funds Act. And that's the formula that they use to determine how much they'll contribute every day. Other questions?
We've been down this road before, and I would like to suggest that rather than these specific items that are identified on this list, that we vote to ask the library director and the town manager to put their heads together and see what they can do rather than this specific amount.
So I'd love to broaden that a little if we could. Something that's been on my list to talk about at some point in this discussion is, I know this has all been done. I know everyone's worked really hard on it. I would like to ask the staff to go back and just austerity budget, give everything one more shake. What perks, what nice to haves, what can we throw off of throw overboard so that we don't have to get into the really, really difficult stuff? Is there another 50K of little bits and pieces that we can find?
Now you've said the magic number, because you know what would add
No.
$50,000 of revenue?
So,
may I?
Please.
I think we need leadership here.
Mm-hmm.
We need to make some difficult decisions.
Mhm.
And what I have...
Star, I think you're excused.
I do have something else I'd like to say,
go
if
ahead,
I could.
please, before I launch.
Okay. So I do just want to say that a couple of weeks ago, I happened to hear David Brooks, and he posited that social progress comes through rupture and repair. And no matter where anyone stands politically, I think we can all acknowledge that we're in a bit of an upheaval right now. And he also said that what has pulled us through in the past historically and made us strong and creative enough to adjust to these periods in the past are civic organizations and institutions that spark a civic renaissance where people come together and work together. And this is echoed in the work of Robert Putnam, whose new documentary, Join or Die, is going to play at Next Stage. And we have that excellent, established, exemplary civic institution in Brooks Memorial Library, which supports other civic organizations that meet there regularly. And I am an optimist, but I see the town improving. I see progress. We all talked about it tonight. I see a change in the downtown. I walk downtown every day, and I see it through all the diverse efforts that are going on. The Brat is wonderful. The One Brattleboro, the Situation Table, and expanded collaborations and outreach with partner organizations, even to the Festival of the Miniatures, which was marvelous. And I'm seeing that progress through civic engagement that encourages people to step up and make positive changes. So I say it's not the time to weaken this social fabric of the community, but to strengthen it and mend it through support of its civic institutions. And as people said, an investment in the Brat is an investment in the town. An investment in the library is also an investment in the town.
Thank you, Star.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate it.
All right. Where do we want to go with this? Oscar, do you have a suggestion?
I feel like I always go first.
I can
No,
go
I mean,
first.
well, I'm just asking you about where we are
Yeah.
slate-wise.
I'm happy to.
Isaac?
Yeah.
Sleepwise.
We're nowhere.
I'd like to suggest that we go back to the slate of looking at positions that are new, that are additional positions, or additional requests for funds. So looking at the new position capacity for park maintenance, number 7, new half position capacity for finance, number 11, and new part-time hours capacity for number 12. Things that are above and beyond what we have this year. And just see, could we vote on those 3 things together?
I'm happy to.
I thought we discussed that the finance position was different. And that we would discuss, 7 and 12.
I agree with Isaac that it should be the 3. We've already, it was 4, it became 3. And I think just voting on 2 is not toothy enough for what we have to do.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah, me too.
Well, there we have it. All in favor.
Do we need?
Yes?
I can.
Oh,
You want me to make a motion?
make a motion. We'll hear from the public. We'll vote.
Okay. I move that we eliminate the park maintenance new position capacity, we eliminate the finance new half position capacity, and we eliminate library new part-time hours capacity as outlined in the January 6th memo?
Attachment D, just say attachment.
The attachment,
Okay.
or E here it says, whatever, the attachment.
To be fair to all department heads, I think we should interrogate Carol a lot.
Yes.
Carol!
I'm sorry, Carol. We should have asked sooner. It's just late.
Sleep-wise.
It's good software.
Yeah, if you put my toothy, I'm going
Yeah.
to say so.
See a man about a dog?
Yeah.
All right. It's ridiculously late, but some people.
Is it though?
Peter's going to take a break, but Carol, welcome to the table.
Thank you. You know, I just was handed this on the way up. And I was told it's a magic wand.
That's just what we need.
Just what I needed. So this is a magic wand. We've heard a lot this evening about investment. Investment in our community. And I'm here to say we need to continue to invest in our parks. I have been sitting in this job for over 35 years, and I have never come and asked for a new position. This is long overdue. I'm not trying to sound defensive, but I am a little bit defensive. Because our parks are suffering, okay? The community who uses our parks has an expectation that I can't always deliver on, okay? And it's delivering, how come the ball fields are not lined to this level today? How come the grass is higher than it needs to be on a game day? Those are things where the public is not only paying their taxes, they're paying user fees on top of it. The community deserves the service that we need to provide that we can't provide. We are trying to provide the service with what we have. We're doing the best we can. I need a little magic here this evening. And I really think over the years we have added to our community that has made our community an investment, a place we all want to live in. We all want to bring our kids up in, where we all want to play, okay? Where we want our kids to play, where we want our grandkids to play. And if we don't take care of our infrastructure, it's not going to be there, okay? And we need the staffing to help do that. So that's my pitch this evening. I know that you guys, I'm glad I'm not sitting in your chair, and I'm glad I'm sitting in my chair. You've got some really difficult decisions. So I guess I want to hear what you have to say, and then I'll have one additional comment to make after that.
I wanted everybody to haul their own trash so we could finance your position because the parks are important. Because we could do this. We could take 2.4% off of our budget to help with things like everything else we want. We just have to roll our sleeves up and do it. So anyway, that's my pitch. Because, yeah, you haven't asked for years. How many years?
Over 35.
Over 35 years. How many parks do we have?
Well, we've got several parks, and it's like what we have added in the past 10 years. You know, we had a 10-acre park at West River Park without adding any new staffing. We just took over 250 Bird Street, 12-plus acre park. And then all the other little things like Exit 1, Main Street traffic islands, the maintenance of the Whetstone Brook, all things that we have taken on. In a small thing, individually, it's not a problem. But when you put them all on the platter continues to get overflowing. So, you know, the bank management, dog waste station, skate park, water park, disc golf course, management of the trails at Living Memorial. Just this week I got a complaint saying, Carol, when are you going to be able to get the new signage up on the trails? Which I said I was hoping to get to last summer, and we never got to it last summer. So it's embarrassing for me, and it's like I'm giving empty promises. You know, I was hoping to get to it last year, but we didn't have the staff time to get to it because there were more important things that had to be dealt with. And what can we push off? And that, you know, what can we put over here? Well, we've got to take care of this because this is in the front line, and this is what people are seeing every day. So those are the things we have to take over. And then there's some of the things that we can push out. So those are the things that get pushed off.
In addition to this position, are there some volunteer opportunities for people to take the load off?
We utilize them already.
Like the gardening, things that are not power tool oriented that are okay.
Yeah,
those are fully being utilized.
We work with the gardening club. You know, we work with the Rotary. The Rotary, you know, helps us maintain the Rotary disc golf course. You know, so they're out there and, you know, maintaining those things. So we're already utilizing volunteers to help in many capacities throughout the department.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I would suggest that the slate isn't working for me. and that I would like individual votes on 6, 7, 11, and 12.
Well, if we're doing them all, I'd like to do 9 too. Dispatch.
Okay. Individual votes on 6, 7, 9, 11, and 12.
And I just say to Carol, I'm sorry we didn't invite you up sooner. It was just an oversight, and it's a very strong pitch. I don't know what to do with this, because the risk that we run, of course, is that we take the budget to town meeting at 8.5%, and they say, you guys are out of your minds. Here's $1 million less. Go sort it out. We're not entirely our own masters here, and we're down to 6 things. So I don't know. I want to do all this stuff.
Okay. Carol, thank you very much.
Okay.
One more thing, you said?
One more thing.
Yes.
Oh, one more thing.
I don't know if I should pull this card yet, but I will. And Oscar, I'm going to use your words.
Please do.
John, if you could come up with $50,000, I think we could have a budget. I think we could be somewhere. I heard that like 15 minutes ago. If you can't give me a full-time position, if I give you $57,000, will you give me $20,000 so I can have a half a person this year and come back to you next year with another 20 for the additional,
other half?
The other half, which will with 20,000, we will not need a benefit package. Next year we will. I heard you say something about 50,000.
I think that's a really innovative, awesome compromise.
You got the magic.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so let's start with that. The park position at that Carol and John work with C. Is there any interest among the 5 of us of making that a part-time position?
So a $57,000 cut instead of 77.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm in.
Okay. I'm sorry. So Carol was suggesting that the new library position be part-time.
Parks.
Parks be part-time, keeping $20,000. Is that it?
Keep it, it would be a $57,000 reduction in the
A
budget.
$57,000 reduction instead of a $77,000 reduction, because this part-time person would not have benefits. And are we? Do we want to vote on that?
Should we hear from the gang?
All right. I'm sorry.
I think there was a motion on the
Vote on the 3.
No, I didn't hear a motion.
No, we were talking
I
about
made a motion for that.
Did you?
To eliminate the park maintenance new position capacity, eliminate finance new half position capacity, and eliminate library new part-time hours capacity. I made that motion, and I'd like to have a vote on it.
All right. All in favor of?
We're going to hear from the public.
Sure, let's hear from them. Eric?
Or dog.
Okay. Thanks, guys. I think along with the last week's meeting, this is the longest I've ever been at a meeting. I my whole life. I really appreciate you guys being there. Let's get this done. It's really hard what you're doing and making cuts to these wonderful people's programs. These head of departments are amazing. They are truly amazing. But what Carol just showed us, what she just showed us, is that if we do what Isaac said, ask everybody to come down by 5% or so. I did this in my school districts year after year after year, and we still served kids. We still got the job done. Like, just let these powerful people do their jobs. And if you can't do that, then yes, you need to be strong and you need to vote yes on this motion, but that should just be the beginning. The trash thing should come back. The fire department, the police, they all need to look at 5%. They don't need to lose the brat team. They need to dig down and help this town be healthier and still provide service. It can be done. But you guys, you got a tough job. Please vote yes on this and get us rolling in the right direction. It won't kill our town. It'll help ease this emergency. Thank you.
Joan?
Gemma Seymour, District 8. Right before I came here, I attended the Library Board of Trustees meeting for this month. I haven't made a secret about the fact that I'm interested in being a member of the Board of Trustees of the library. And I believe that the library is one of the most important functions of this town. I don't believe that the responsibility of the town, the first responsibility is police. I believe actually the first responsibility of the town is trash. And I believe that the library is every bit as important to this town as our public school system. In fact, it's related to our responsibility to educate the public so that we can have things like a functional government and a stable society. I don't want to see anything cut from the library, not even new positions cut from the library. I don't want to see anything cut from the parks. I think that's also a very important function of society. But again, we're faced with this problem we just don't have the money. I'm with Fish. On this, we need to be looking at ways to increase our revenue. The fact of the matter is our economy is stagnant to dying, and our tax base is eroding every year. And we can't just keep raising taxes when people are eventually just going to run out of the money to pay them. So we have to make some really hard decisions here. And as much as I would like to see a new person in the Parks Department, I don't see how we can fund that. As much as I'd like to see a new person in the library, I don't think we can fund that. As much as I would like to see a new dispatch person, there's not a thing on this budget that I wouldn't fund if we had the money. Even the police department, even though I'm skeptical as to the value to that. But cuts have to be made someplace. Thank you.
Kate?
Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. The only thing I want to say, and I agree with what Gemma just said, is I agree with everything Gemma just said, that we're not going to, if we're not going to cut services, we have to remember that taxpayers have to cut their personal budgets to pay for this. So I just want you to remind you who is paying. And ultimately, you raise my property taxes, I have to look at my budget and say, what am I cutting? We seem to be forgetting who we're increasing the costs on, and it's people that live in this community.
Isaac, can you just give me the numbers for your
7, 11, 12.
7, 11, and 12? So 7 is
seven
park.
as the new number proposed?
Isaac, are you open to a friendly amendment, to Carol's friendly suggestion?
That number to 20,000.
To have 7 be part-time?
I feel badly about this, but I am not open to amendments to this. I think we need to hold really firm on finding a way to reduce this budget.
So 7 is park maintenance. 11 is finance, part-time. And 12 is part-time library.
Right.
Okay. All in favor of Isaac's motion, as I just described, 7, 11, and 12, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, that's 3. All in favor of, not in favor of Isaac's motion, please raise your hand and say no.
Nay.
Okay, that was 3 to 2. So what's left is 6.
And 9.
6 and 9.
And 4.
Yeah, and I want to
4?
compost. I wanted to stick a pin in that for later when we saw how bad it got. So I'd like to circle
All right.
back for 60 seconds. At the
Well,
end.
there's also all the bag issues.
Oh, God. And then the bag agenda item.
Agenda item.
And I wouldn't mind bringing up 5 again, circling back around to that.
Do you want to go back to a vote that we had?
I just would like to go back to it per our discussion. I mean, we backed off of making a number smaller because we thought it would go back up, which is kind of cowardly. If we want to see that reflected in our budget, I think we should revisit it.
Madam Chair,
again.
I need to take a brief.
Great. Let's all just take 5 minutes and just hold our heads for 5 minutes. What's left? 6. 6?
6 and 9.
6 and 9. All right. Let's hear it for number 6. Who wants to advocate for number 6?
I can't do it.
Anyone?
Sorry, I'm eating a cracker. I'm wondering, John, could you provide numbers if we made it so the library closed at 8 rather than 9? Would it be just so nominal? We're now open 3 nights a week till 9 p.m., correct?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Library
Sorry.
hours, I
Yeah,
think.
If the library closed at 8 instead of 9.
Yes. And what would you like to know?
What would that look like?
What would
that look like number-wise? Just 3 nights a week, 1 less hour.
I would have to ask Star to see if she could venture.
But if it would,
I mean, 3 hours a week, 150 hours a year, maybe $3,000
so
is my.
Yeah, it's, the evening staff is 2 part-timers and then 1 supervisor. So
Okay.
it would be 3 hours, so 9 hours a week. But 6 of those would be part-time staff, so smaller savings, and then 1 supervisor needs to be under.
So maybe $10,000.
would there be any quality of life improvement for those individuals because they got to go home earlier? It would be okay.
It would seriously impact the programs and the other groups that we serve that have evening meetings there.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. All right. Does anyone want to discuss item 6? Advocate for that line item.
Is there a motion?
Is there a motion?
Not me.
Crossing it off.
All right. That was 6.
So that was reducing library capacity and limit at public hours.
Yep. No one's for that. 9 is 9.
Yep. I'll make a motion. I'll move to eliminate dispatch new half position capacity.
All right. Oscar's made a motion. Anyone want to discuss?
I want to
Did we
ask
already
a clarifying
discuss this?
question as to what that does to overtime. By cutting the 56,000, are we just going to spend it in overtime? Is that what we're going to do?
Don't know.
I would have to interrogate the chief or the assistant chief on that.
And let me just note that we've heard recently that there's tremendous strain, and this is a very stressful position. But Chief, would you like to discuss the dispatch new half position?
Yes. With dispatch right now, we were just tallying up the numbers for our report that we're going to be turning in. And so what we know as of today, for 2025, our dispatchers answered 168,000 radio traffic calls, 87,000 phone calls, and dispatched over 20,000 incidents. Right now, we are fighting to keep dispatchers because of the amount of overtime that we have them doing. And we're fighting against other departments that are developing dispatch roles now, and also the sheriff's office has dispatchers also now. So we are fighting to keep our dispatchers, and we're overworking them. So I think it's very important to consider that because it is a stressful role. Dispatchers are the first line to the emergencies, and they are the ones that have to stay on the line while they're sending people there. They're the ones that dispatch our officers to calls, and then they have to stay on the line wondering if that officer is safe until they know that that officer is safe. And sometimes they're calling the officer to make sure that they're safe. So the amount of stress that the dispatchers are under, and you can look at the overtime. If you don't have the position, you're paying more than that just by the overtime, because we are 24/7 dispatch, and we always have two people on. And we have to have we follow all of these things because of the constant calls that we have. So I just think that, I understand. And I just want to also say that I understand that we cost a lot of money. I understand that. I wish I could do better than I've done. I think that we've done really, really well with everything that we've been handed. But I believe that it's going to be a tough decision to have to make. But I just want you to know that I feel that if we don't have the position, I feel that we will lose more dispatchers. Because why would they stay here when they can just go somewhere, work less hours, and make more money?
Thank you. Any further questions for the chief?
Yeah, if I may. Are there any open positions on the dispatch team?
We have, what do we have, Jeremy? 2.5 positions right now? Yeah, because
Are
we
open,
lost,
unfilled.
we lost 2. And their reason they left was the work-life balance. So.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Anyone else? Questions for the chief regarding the dispatch, the part-time dispatch?
I think I'm trying to understand if there are empty, vacant positions. How will adding another position help? Do you follow? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, the position, that position was originally a full-time position. We cut that to half a part-time position. We lost 3 dispatchers, and then we cut that for the last budget to keep it down, and we tried it. And the thing is that we can't even fill that position, because why would people come work for us, work harder, make less hours, when they can go to full-time positions that are available within the state? So we've had trouble even filling it as we cut it. And now we lost 2 more positions, which were full-time positions, because of the work-life balance of everybody trying to keep up with our call volume. So we haven't added a position. That was part of the full complement of positions for dispatch.
So if you rehire the people that are missing, and you have this half-time person, this part-time person provides relief.
That's the plan. That's what we were trying to do, is at least keep it at a part-time, since we had to give up some hours. But what we found is that we couldn't, most people were not interested in coming to work for us for part-time, especially when they saw what the call value is for us. Because part-time is only 24 hours. We work 12-hour shifts. So it's 2 days to come. And also, when you do that, because of the training, the constant training that they have to have, it's hard for them to keep up their certifications and their training, because they're not using it like the full-timers are, where they're constantly training. Even if they're not on the council, whatever training comes up, they have to have that also.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to argue with.
It's hard to argue.
We
can go back to the library.
No, so, yeah, no, I.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chief. Yeah, unless someone on the board objects, I'll probably pull it after, withdraw my motion after hearing from the chief.
Okay.
I mean, it's tough to argue with, and I just think we all need to be thinking about the situation where, well, we talked about it.
It's a call by.
No, I know, but we may have these decisions forced on us by town meeting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I really don't want to go past midnight. I think it's not effective. And so we need to discuss our options.
Are we still talking about that part-time position?
No, I withdrew my
Austin
motion.
Withdrew. John, do you have enough information at present to discuss a revised budget without what's missing? The compost and the bags?
That's what's missing.
Yeah, I think you can answer the bags in your next agenda item, and I can read the tea leaves.
Do we have to have that agenda item on the bags tonight? Or can we? Or do we have another, can we add that to next week when you have a revised budget?
Well, I kind of need to know what you're doing there to do the revised budget. Yeah, I think you could probably table that, but I wouldn't. But then we would need to do another revision of the budget, and you'd be kicked out to the 27th. We could do that if you want, or you could do another meeting sometime between now and Friday to figure this out and get it in the budget. Try to get it in the budget.
All right. Are people available Thursday?
Let me look.
Oh, I know you're busy. You're very busy, man.
I'll look.
Amanda?
I could make it happen.
Hopefully it'll be a shorter meeting.
Great.
So,
Isaac?
I mean, I'm supposed to chair a meeting until 6:30, but I'll make this the priority.
Well, since we're anticipating it be shorter, we could have the meeting start at
7?
Yeah.
What time? What night are we talking about?
Thursday, this Thursday.
Yeah, I just want to point something out. Every time we do these meetings and we kick it down the road, we seem to want to keep talking about fiscal responsibility and things like that. And, to bring the staff in every time we have these conversations, like $1,000 an hour. All right, every time we do this. Now, we brought them in last week. That night, probably in about man hours, about $4,000. We got to be up over $6,000 tonight. So I just want to bring that into focus. So every time we sort of reconvene or postpone or do something like that, there's a money dollar, and we talk about overtime, and we talk about salaries, and we talk about cuts, and we don't do cuts, and we do cuts, and
Peter, would you like to just stay and finish it now?
I'm just kind of pointing it out. Everybody loves to throw around the word fiscal responsibility, and these meetings just by constantly adding meetings and pulling in town staff, there's a cost associated with that.
And I'm suggesting that this meeting on Thursday at 7 is focused solely on solid waste related items. And therefore, we would call upon our solid waste related staff members.
Right, so this would be bags, possibly a final discussion of compost,
Yeah,
and that's it,
yeah.
we think.
Well, I'd like to revisit the funding of the finance director too, at that,
All right.
if that's possible. I
Well,
mean,
that
that's
doesn't
admin.
require,
That's
that doesn't
John.
require
staff person.
staff.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
All right.
I-
And, agreed?
The preference is to do that rather than push through right now. I got.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
done.
Okay. Okay.
It's midnight.
Yeah.
Mr. DeGray wishes to comment?
On something.
You know, Madam Chairman, there was one item that you didn't talk about that I thought was important to talk about, and that was item 19, Assistant Town Manager. And I had a compromise for you. There's a gentleman back here on my left who's been doing a lot of work in the probably assistant town manager's role or project manager's role, and that's Peter Lynch. And I think that there should be at least some compensation put in the budget for all the work that he's done, or give him a title of interim assistant town manager or interim assistant projects manager. And I think it's been very helpful to John, but I don't think that Peter's been compensated. I'm not quite sure, but he should be for what he's providing for the town. So I'd like to hear from you on that, and that's it from me.
I think Peter's doing a wonderful job and is very much appreciated. I'm sure he knows that. John, would you like to comment?
Well, just that our approach on the projects that Pete's been working on is to assign those to the Department of Public Works. They're all projects that are public works projects, frankly, that were being done in the assistant town manager's office. Pete's been working on those, not doing some other things. We're working it out. But I appreciate what Dick's saying, and I really know that Peter's done a wonderful job on all of this work. So
He has.
Yep.
He has indeed, and he always does.
Can I float one more thing that I would be interested in next week?
This week?
No, the Tuesday. It doesn't have to be for Thursday, but Tuesday. The idea of maybe finding a little money in the utility fund for example, the finance director role, if that's something we can glance over.
we just have to, sorry.
No, that's it.
We just have to be able to justify it to the ratepayers and make sure that that split is right. So, yeah.
All right.
I have one
I'll
other
entertain a
request.
motion. Pardon me?
I have one other request, to keep our notebooks as is and not change them, so
Absolutely.
Jessica doesn't have to do
There will
more
be
work.
time for
Yeah,
that
great.
anyway. So, how about a motion?
I move to adjourn.
Oscar's moved to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you all. Thank you for the work. Thank you, Seth. Sorry about the lateness of the hour.
Yes.
Thursday at 7 p.m.